Good evening. I'm calling to order the Greenfield City Council meeting. Today is May something, May 21st. We were just here a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and it's 6:32 p.m. So thank you all for showing up. We really appreciate having a robust public debate, and it's great to have a full room once again this week. So our first order of business, this meeting is being recorded by the City Council and GCTV9. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson at this time. Who's Anthony? Fantastic. All right, we ready for a roll call of members? Everybody feel good? Oh, we're here for a different meeting than we were here for. There's cookies. All right.
Councillor Golem?
Here.
Councillor Gordon?
Here.
Councillor Master Totaro?
Here.
Councillor Bottomley?
Here.
Councillor Bullock?
Here.
Councillor Perry? Councillor Healy?
Here.
Councillor Brown?
Here.
Vice President Garrett?
Present.
Councillor Minhaus?
Here.
Councillor Toronto?
Yeah, I'm here.
President Wondolowski?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Excellent. All right. So next we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So Steve.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was the best one yet.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules of procedure. If we could,
Second.
my rationale is if we could vote on the city budget after public comment, I think would be good for the folks that are here, so they don't have to wait till late tonight. If it takes that long to get there and possibly have to come back tomorrow, I think just for the sake of those in the gallery, if you would consider that.
I also know that folks are here for the opioid resolution, so could we do the opioid and then the budget, which I would be totally amenable to? And if anybody else wants to comment, please. Councillor Toronto?
I would concur that. I think unfortunately with the timing, but I think the budget being the most pressing issue, I would agree that if we can do that first, that would be better. And the other items further down on the second readings and whatnot and other motions be after that. That'd be my vote.
Councillor Bullock?
I do agree that the budget is pressing, and I don't want to make the public stay here longer. And the opioid resolution is something that's been worked on for over a year and has been bumped off of the agenda for multiple months. And I know that there has been multiple meetings that the community has showed up for, and there was an organized effort for people to come speak on behalf of it tonight. So although under normal circumstances, I would agree 100% with you to take the budget first. I think that I just think that we should take both of those things and then move the agenda.
So I will suspend the rules. I'll take the ordinance first, and then I want to take the budget right after that. And so we'll need a vote to suspend the rules. And we can just do a show of hands, so all in favor? Any abstain? Any opposed? Okay, the rules are suspended for order. Thank you. All right, so the next thing quickly is the minutes, so we need to approve. I'll take a motion for that.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, passes. All right, so next thing on our agenda is communications from the superintendent.
So what we essentially just moved in our motions and orders was that Roman numeral 2 will be first, and then Roman numeral 7 will be second. Are we moving 8, 9, 10, and 11 as they are part of the budget as well? And then moving all the others, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 after those? It was kind of unclear as to the initial motion that was made to suspend the rules, to move that first. And then there was like a change in the discussion, so it didn't really sound like a real change was made.
I think my understanding was that we would hear from the folks who showed up to be here, and then take public comment, and then go to the opioid amendment, and then to the budget.
Right, well, what I mean is that what I'm trying to clarify is what order we're doing this. We already, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Mastrero, he wasn't asking for the budget to be talked about before any of the communications from the superintendent, the school, the mayor, the DPW director, anything like that. He was saying after public comment happens, so which would be part 8. We move to part 9, which would be next public hearing. So are we, I'm just trying to figure out what order we're doing this in, to figure out which thing we're addressing when, because it didn't really seem to make sense.
Can I try to clarify? So the motion to waive the rules, taking things out of order.
Yeah.
He said public comment. However, the public hearing has to be announced and the second reading has to be held before the operating budget can be considered.
Sure.
If everyone is amenable, after the public hearing and the second reading is held, the first motion, order, or resolution would be the opioid ordinance. Then, again, if it's acceptable, we'll move down to the FY26 operating budget, which includes 5
things.
orders.
Right.
Then we'll go back to what is listed on the agenda as item number 1, the mayor's appointments.
Yep.
And work down the agenda from there.
Cool. I just wanted to make that clear, that if people were
that good?
following that, where we're going. That makes sense. Thank you.
Great. All right, I think we got our ducks in the row.
Good evening. A couple of announcements. The Greenfield Public Schools was officially granted state designation for an innovation career pathway in advanced manufacturing by DESE. This designation reflects our district's commitment to expanding opportunities for students and preparing them for success in high-demand industries. The ICP will provide students with hands-on learning, technical and employability skill development, and exposure to career and college pathways. We won't know the grant total amount in funding until the next couple of weeks when DESE releases those, but we're very excited about this alternative pathway for our high school students. Our Greenfield High School graduation will be Saturday, May 31st at 10 a.m. at the auditorium. It is a ticketed event, but we cordially invite any city councilor who would like to celebrate our 88 seniors who are graduating this year. So you please can let me know, and you are more than welcome to attend. And then I would just ask the city council to show support to the schools by voting yes tonight to approve the $350,000 funding toward our budget. The schools are using reserve funds to fund our budget, but our concern, like the mayor's, is in having reserves available for FY27 and beyond. Preserving savings to support the needs of students in the coming years is pivotal. Our students deserve to have the support of the city in which they live and learn, and by voting yes tonight, you are illustrating to our students, our families, and our staff that they matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of the graduates. Very exciting. Questions for the superintendent?
Oh, I have something to add.
sorry.
I just wanted to read to you a resolution that was passed by the Greenfield School Committee on May 13th, following up on the superintendent's comments. Whereas the school committee has already committed to using $2,189,143 in revolving funds and now requires an additional $765,477 in reserves, totaling 70% of the June 30th, 2025 projected reserve balance to preserve staffing and services. And whereas the city and the schools have a shared commitment to maintaining educational services, and whereas the city has available levy capacity, the Greenfield School Committee hereby requests that the Greenfield City Council and the mayor work together to add $350,000 to the school committee budget, rather than reducing our funding by $254 from fiscal year 2025.
Any questions? Councilor Mester Totoro.
I have a question after I read this, if that's okay. This is an email from Carol Collins. Hello all, please find attached the site report from Breakaway Energy Services on the HVAC control review at the high school. During the site visit on 4/29, it was discovered that the building management system, BMS, was overridden and operating as if the building were occupied 24/7 since around January of 2024. With Mike's assistance, I think that's referring to Mike Boudreau, Kaj and Nick from Siemens were able to get the large majority of settings restored, although several more issues need to be resolved as listed in the report. The sustained dramatic energy increase since early 2024 is on track to result in over 50% increase in FY25 in gas and electricity consumption that will cost an additional $150,000 over historical use. This is a top priority to work together to fully resolve the implementing an effective plan moving forward. We need to expand Siemens' time allowance to complete further system review and resolve identified issues in addition to performing quarterly visits aimed to ensuring system performance and maintaining occupant comfort. In addition, mechanical work needed to be identified, equipment fully functional ER-3, ER-8, replenished glycol and bleed HW systems, etc. It is also a priority to get the AHU 1 and 2 operational again. I look forward to discussing and completing this work as soon as possible. I guess my question is that $150,000 is paid by the city side. My first question is, who is Mike Boudreau? Is he the facilities director?
He is.
So how is that going to get resolved? I mean, again, not to put the cart before the horse, the school committee's asking for $350,000. The city's already on the hook for $150,000 because somebody made a huge mistake. And I gotta say that I was the facilities director of a 200,000 square foot assisted living facility. And if something like this happened, I would have lost my job. And so how is this going to, moving forward, how is this going to be handled, I guess?
Carol Collins, Mike Boudreau, myself, and the assistant superintendent met today. This issue goes back prior to Mike Boudreau being the facilities director, so pointing the finger at him is inaccurate. And they had a BMS, that Kai, I don't know his last name, came and did a site visit, and they coordinated with Carol today for Siemens and Kai to come back because it is more complicated than someone just hit the wrong button. I wasn't actually expecting to address this evening and didn't bring all of that documentation, but can certainly follow up with council at a later date. But we are obviously working with the city to figure out these issues and to resolve them together.
I mean, that's a huge number, and the city's on the hook for that, and that doesn't just happen. Those have to be taken, those settings have to be manually changed. So I think it's important that that gets fixed. And again, money, we're talking about money tonight, and this is a huge oversight.
I'd like to put this on to talk about it next month, just to give you all time to respond, because it sounds like it's a newer issue, and want to make sure that you have the information you need to answer our questions. That makes sense. Councilor Healy?
Yeah, I just have a question that kind of relates to that, but it's going to be directed towards you guys. You're not in charge of monitoring the energy usage of your buildings in Greenfield, are you?
No,
There's a Department of Energy here?
no.
Like, so you're not in charge of that? The school's not in charge of that, just to be clear?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Toronto?
I get where that's going, but whether or not this happened when this person started or before, is it not the responsibility of having a supervisor of maintenance for your buildings to monitor things like that?
We've always worked with the city. When George Vandelinder was in the position, he monitored most of these systems and had firsthand knowledge and worked with our department. But we have had transitions, as is you had transitions, and people are working with Carol Collins now to figure out what is exactly going on. It is not a simple system that is installed in the high school. It is not as simple as a manual. Many of it is automated, and we are working to address the issues. Again, we had the first meeting today to talk about what the inspector found. Mike Boudreau has a meeting with that same BMS system this week, and we have coordinated with Siemens to come on site. We thought originally it was the auditorium and the lights and AC in there, but it seems to be a bigger issue because the spikes that Carol alluded to today are in July and August. So when there's no one using that, we're trying to figure out what actually is happening in that building. But we are on the case, so to speak, and trying to get to the bottom of it.
Councilor Gordon?
This just reminds me of, if I remember correctly, a similar issue with the fire station and sort of unexplained energy usage there. So I wonder if in a couple, we could ask for reports back on that maybe next month or the month after from both departments, just on the status of, looking into these mysteries.
Counselor Bullock?
I have a question that you might not have an answer to, and I don't expect you to necessarily, but I was speaking with a teacher this week, and they brought up Chapter 70 funding with all.
Answer you.
If he has an answer, great. If not, I can definitely take it over email in the next couple days, but.
I am on. I'm just going to the most up to date with House and Senate versions. If you just give me a couple minutes.
The number is great, but also, does that money flow in directly into the school budget, or is that money that gets absorbed into the city budget as a whole, if that's known?
All the funds, all state funds go to the city, but then it is ultimately allocated as part of a funding source for the school's general fund operating budget.
I can get the exact numbers over email, Andy. You don't have to search through the state database right now.
Any other questions? Counselor Garrett?
I think because it hasn't been asked, and you guys put forward a resolution about funding the schools to the tune of $350,000. Just to be clear, can you just describe the reasoning and intention behind that?
Absolutely. The superintendent put forward and the school committee endorsed a budget that went to the mayor that we thought was in the best interest of the students educationally. It's part of our policy to put forward not just what we think is economically feasible, but also something that would meet the educational needs of our students. The mayor came back to us not with a smaller addition to our budget over fiscal year 2025, but with a decrease of $254. This is a pretty hard blow for our school system to take, and I know all the city departments are having to take some serious lumps this year. But we also want to make sure that we maintain essential services for our students, and also that we are well positioned for what we expect to be an even harder year next year, especially with the possibility of federal funding cuts. So as such, we had already committed quite a bit of our reserves, but much more than we feel comfortable with. And so what we're asking is that since there is additional levy capacity, in other words, more funds that could be accessed for the city budget without a vote of the populace, that would you please help us and meet us halfway by offsetting some of the amount that we're expecting to take from our reserves, because we think it leaves us in a pretty precarious place. School budgets are all city department budgets deal with the possibility of emergencies and unanticipated expenses. But there's a special way that the school district experiences that in a more extreme way, because you could just have 1 to 5 students come into your district who have special needs, and we're committed to meeting their needs, and we're required to meet their needs, and that could cost millions. So we really have to be cautious about our use of our revolving funds and making sure that we have an adequate amount, just like the mayor has talked about, being advised about use of her funds, that it could put the city in out of best practices with what's being recommended. Same thing for us. So this brings us a little bit closer to that. And we appreciate all of the city council's engagement over the last several months, the opportunity to answer your questions and to meet with you. We know that you care about our students and are doing the best you can in a difficult financial time, but the school committee wanted to make this resolution in order just to see if there might be the possibility of some cooperation between you and the mayor to increase that number for us. So I hope that you can, and I appreciate your time tonight.
I see that Andy has his hand up, so you've got a Chapter 70 number for us, I imagine.
Yes, I do. Thank you. The governor's original Chapter 70 amount was $16,621,614. The Senate version of the budget has Chapter 70 at $16,748,064.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda is communications from the mayor, city officers, and employees.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to start with a happy and a well-deserved announcement. Kathy Scott, the city clerk, was nominated for and recognized as an honoree for the Municipal Clerk of the Year award. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. We're all very proud of Kathy, and I can see that she just loved all that attention. Moving on to the opioid ordinance, I just want to say I'm so proud of all the people that have worked on that. We've had city councilors, city employees, many wonderful citizens who've worked together for months to make an ordinance that actually is going to be emulated throughout the state. Other cities are looking at us because people did such a great job on it, and I'm certainly really hoping that you pass that. They answered a lot of questions on how the funds would be spent, who is responsible for ongoing community engagement and accountability. They want to ensure that people with lived experience will both benefit from it and participate fully in the settlement. So there's an opportunity with the settlement to use the decision-making process to empower marginalized people and help build community around these areas. And I'm thrilled to watch that on the sidelines, but good job to everybody that worked on that, and I'm hoping that you'll pass that. I know that you've invited Marlo tonight, and I'm going to let him discuss the upcoming changes in the single stream in Swiffer. Last week was the Bee Fest, very successful this past weekend, and the weather even cooperated and the rain held off until the celebration was nearly over. Onto the budget. This was a very, very difficult budget season. Every single department had cuts that were hard to absorb. We knew last fall it was going to be a difficult budget, and every department was asked to do their part. Each line item in every department's budget was examined and considered. We, as you know, were limited by the constraints of Prop 2.5, most of which was taken up this year by health insurance, as you well know, and by post-employment benefits. So we've had very sobering meetings with both the Bond Council and the Department of Revenue over the past 6 months. They will be watching us closely in fiscal year '26 due to the city's high debt-to-income ratio. Over the previous 4 years, the outstanding debt increased by over $26 million. The DOR told us that we have a 1 in 3 chance of our bond rating decreasing. This would be an increase of hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in the interest line item in the city budget. Where we are today may not actually be where we are in the fall when the tax rate is set. The recent decrease in the federal bond rating, which happened just this past Friday, is going to affect us in fiscal year '26 because interest rates for everything will go up. Furthermore, as the state budget picture unfolds, there's a strong possibility of the governor enacting 9 C cuts mid-year, which will require the city to either make up the shortfall in funding or cut services. So actually, some of what I budgeted for changed last Friday. The Department of Revenue advised us to avoid hitting our 2.5 ceiling to limit, to help us keep our AA- Tier 1 bond rating. I just want to say, doing a budget is very difficult. Every single department provides a vital service, and all departments have needs that the budget is unable to allow for. Greenfield has an aging population and a declining school population. Budgets need to be adjusted accordingly. The communities that are going to survive are the ones that start doing things differently, the ones that weigh every expense wisely and who are strategic and look for areas of saving and collaboration will be the successful ones. I did find it disturbing that the school committee did not make a single cut to any line item in the school department budget. Good fiscal stewardship means closely examining the addition of staff, especially in the face of declining student population. There was no detailed analysis by the school committee for the rationale for budgetary increases. For example, no one questioned the cost of 7 new employees, or why the school would need 13 new employees in the last 2 years while the enrollment decreased by over 100 students. Last Tuesday, when the school committee requested an additional $350,000 for the budget, there was not a discussion about exactly what that money was for. However, I met with a few of you on Monday night and heard your request, so I went back and thoughtfully reviewed the major drivers in the increases. And I was there till 9:30 going through that. There were 3 or 4 main drivers in that budget: transportation, the increased needs which we would have had with the move, which meant more staff, and the biggest one was the out-of-district tuition. But I found several line items that actually, in those 3 categories, that appeared to be artificially inflated. For example, contracted services and transportation for busing increased by $170,000. That was a 25% increase. So I pulled out the contract and read it at 9 o'clock last night. And it could be between 2.5 and 5.5% for this year. That's what it stated in the contract. And for next year, it's going to be a 2.5% increase, which would have been approximately $20,000, a far cry from the $170,000 that's in the budget. Furthermore, the out-of-district tuition costs, as I've said, it showed a 387% increase next year on the local side. I called several of the schools, and the statutory cap for next year is 3.67%. The question about this discrepancy was never answered, but I will say this: what we're spending this year on the local side will be $1,465,000, and what's projected for next year is $1.5 million. It's not easy, but for us to succeed as a school district, we actually have to carefully examine how we do things. The budget is serious stuff. I look at every single line item, no guessing. I go over it, and I looked at that again last night. Every single department has needs that are not met, and we have to make wise choices. I feel like I did my part, and I wish you the wisdom to do yours. Thank you. Take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Perry.
Could you just tell us what your opinion is on the levy?
That we're almost at the ceiling, and that there is a very small, there's a small amount between us and the ceiling. It's not great to be at your levy ceiling, and we have some things that are actually changing within this year as the federal change to the bond rating. I don't know if you have anything more to say on that.
Yeah, so as we reach the top of the levy.
Point of clarification first. Are we almost at the levy ceiling or the levy limit? Because those are two different things, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we're almost at the levy limit.
Limit,
Yes,
thank you.
yeah. And so, as we look at that, and as we look at the bond rating, as we look at the general health of the city, how close you are to that levy limit is what's taken into consideration. As you pay down debt, don't take on new debt, that means a healthier budget and a healthier city to move forward. That can happen in different ways. Sometimes cities grow. Unfortunately, we're not in that situation, so we have to contract our expenses.
Counselor Brown?
I reached out to DLS on this because it's municipal finances are hard and confusing, and you know a lot. And they were saying that typically bond rating agencies are looking at a number of different factors, including financial management tools, financial policies, forecasting, capital planning, and existing debt and healthy reserves can contribute positively as well, but excess capacity is not traditionally viewed as a resource, and that over half of municipalities in the state budget within 1% of their excess levy capacity, and that's common practice. So I'm not understanding, and I also reached out to another council president, so I'm not understanding the linkage between excess levy capacity and affecting our bond rating.
So, you're absolutely right. It's a large conglomeration of factors that go into determining what your bond rating is. And right now, we're at about, 600,000 or so from that limit, which is, well within that 1% to 2% there. When they look at the bond rating, again, it's a conglomeration of things. However, as the city operates, it's a good indicator of how the city's operating, as long as it's within that 1% to 2% limit. And you're not going for overrides, you're not going for things like that, so.
Counselor Bullock?
Yeah, I have two questions. One is, you said at the beginning that a lot of cities can count on new growth. My understanding is that we do anticipate new growth in the next year. And so I think what I'm confused about is if we anticipate new growth, which we also had this year, this increase of $350,000 would bring us from, we're at 1.46% of the levy limit down to 0.71%, closer to the levy limit, which I want to be clear, that's different than the levy ceiling, right? So that means we have that excess amount of money, and like Councilor Brown said, many municipalities, I think it was actually more than 70% of municipalities across the state budget within that 1%, and many budget right to the levy limit. And so I'm wondering, what is the big fear with being $350,000 closer to the levy limit this year?
Yeah, I think you're raising an excellent point where you're within a percentage here or there. So it's not a tremendous amount of money that we're talking about. And then when I said growth, our growth is very modest compared to other cities and towns. For example, our bumper year was a year ago where it had about $600,000 worth of growth. We're usually in the $300,000 to $400,000 range, which is literally a 1% growth. If you go out east, they're looking at 10, 15, 20% growth every year. They're bulldozing $1 million homes to put up $10 million homes. So, we have a very modest growth rate here, which is why we have to look at contraction of expenses as opposed to relying on that growth. And yeah, you as a board can decide, okay, 0.73 or 0.74 is fine as compared to a 1.7. That's your prerogative to do.
That's it.
I have one other comment on that. When you get to the end of this, which is actually kind of fascinating to work right till the end, like we were up till 11:15 the night before the budget was due. You're trying to get to that number, and you're also worrying about the taxpayer at the same time. So we were close, and I made decisions to add things that actually help the taxpayer. So taking $350,000 out of parking revenue and putting that in, we could have put $250,000 in there. But we tried to whittle it down a little bit so that what you actually go with the tax rate for the taxpayers is something that's manageable. So there is a part of that at the very end, certainly you could get, to the very end of that. We added from pension stabilization to it, and you're juggling and you're going back and forth, making sure that you're not over that. I would say the day before on the weekend when I was actually calling other department heads for reductions, at that point we thought we were $300,000 over. We overestimated we estimated high on the local receipts. Usually it's 4%. We put in 6% for our taxpayers because I believe that will be there. But the tax burden's difficult in the town. So I wouldn't, go back on that decision either. I'm happy that happened. That will, you'll make your decision.
Councilor Perry?
Just one last question. Have we used the levy before? Do you know?
We have used up to the levy limit before. That is absolutely accurate. However, I don't think that we've gone beyond the levy ceiling through a Prop 2.5 override or operational override or anything like that.
I looked back several years, because for the past 3 years since we were looking at that, the year that we did something with this, we were right at, we were right there. But if you look back years before that, we were a couple of million away. I actually went back through the budget books, and people weren't thinking about that, but we were 2 million away from the levy limit for, I think, the 3 or 4 years before that. But I'd have to pull that up. But I remember looking at the time, because we were discussing about putting in the, helping with the additions of parking, stabilization, and I think that was it.
Councilor Toronto?
I also want to ask, because I don't want this to seem like penny wise, pound foolish kind of vote, that by us getting closer, if we needed to make any kind of adjustment throughout the rest of the fiscal year after we voted this on, if we're that close to the limit, that's going to be a problem. So if proverbially I'll try to clean this one up, the poop hits the fan on something throughout the next 12 months, and we're this close to maxing out, I guess I'll lose that. We're screwed, right? So I don't think it's a good, though some people may use it as a good practice to be that close to their limit. It doesn't sound like fiscal responsibility to me, especially when we've seen the breakdowns already and we've had these discussions about adjustments that may have been able to be made and are either ignored or just completely disagreed with. And as we saw going through this stuff with Ways and Means and going through the book, there's been a lot of cuts. And that happens. And adjustments need to be made to every department. And I don't think that it's prudent for us to get that close to the cap and raise taxes because of
Point
what
of
has
order.
clearly
This sounds
been-
like something to be saved for discussion later, less than it sounds like a question for the mayor and the finance director.
Do you have a question, Councilor Tronzo?
I do. Do you, so would you agree with that statement that if we've seen a mismanagement of funding throughout, would it be prudent to push ourselves to the limit of the levy at the beginning of the fiscal year and leave us nothing, almost nothing, for the rest of it?
I would agree with your statement.
I'm just going to go to Councilor Bullock, Councilor Healy, and then Councilor Brown, and just one comment, because I think we don't go above what was budgeted as a normal practice, so I was a little confused about that. So, Councilor Bullock.
Yeah, I have a few things. One is building off of what the finance director said, like, we can decide as a board. So I actually have three things, to be specific. My first thing is, 2 years ago, when we funded the schools, when we were in a very similar position, we were very close to the levy limit as well, and right there. We did use the power as the council to override, and in that situation, we cut money from the budget in different departments to reallocate into the school budget, which is the only budget that we can put more money in. During that period of time, we received, or the city bodies as a whole received 3 legal opinions regarding whether or not we had the power to do that. One was a legal opinion that was acquired by Mayor Wiedegardner at the time that advised us that it didn't think that we had the power to reallocate money because we hadn't adopted a section of the law. Another legal opinion was obtained by the school committee, which said they first had to vote on it, the correct amount that they needed for us to allocate, and then we could vote in favor of allocating that money and that it had been adopted. And then a third that was obtained by President Gwynn at the time, which said that we did, and it brought up the order that was stamped by the city clerk and voted on June 20th, 2012, unanimously, that adopted the town charter, section 5-6. And then today, we received a legal opinion, so a fourth legal opinion on the same issue, that, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, said, like, maybe we can, maybe we can't. And so I'm going to say 2.5 yeses and 1 no is a yes, but, which is like math my teenager would love. But I'm wondering, Mayor, what your intention was with getting that legal opinion and sending it to us. And do you intend to veto a $350,000 increase if it is passed to the school department?
So, I had a question. I asked the clerk what actually, I had to review them, and then I asked Gordon about it. Because past practice has been, if you were making reductions, I remember that, and I thought that's what was acceptable. So I asked Gordon, so my intention was to see what he said. And I have, not more opinion on that. It was a little, we all talked about it, it was a little unclear from what he said. Yes, the statute says that, but the past practice has always been by reduction. So I can see it. I guess I could say I could see that both ways, because it was unclear.
Yeah, his opinion is that it's unclear.
That was what it said.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
so the other question I had is, do you intend to veto?
Can I just point of order?
yeah.
Because can I just have Clerk Scott has the DLS on this, so.
Oh, great.
So this is a DLS City Budget Process Frequently Asked Questions from March of 2019. And the question is, can the mayor veto a city council budget under MGLC 4432 or city council appropriation under GLC 4433? The answer is no. Under GLC 39, Section 4, city council action on the budget submitted under GLC 4432 and appropriations by the city council under GLC 4433 are not subject to veto by the mayor.
So I'm just going to go to Counselor Healy, who is next, and then Counselor Brown, because I know we're going to get into this. Okay.
I have 2 more questions.
Okay, I just want to make sure if anybody else has a comment, because we're going to get into this, I promise. So if there aren't any questions for the mayor. Counselor Garrett?
I thought I was going to have to wait. So I haven't heard it mentioned yet, but could you describe the role of the health insurance increases in this overall budget picture? So it's a major issue, and I don't think it's been mentioned yet. And then I have a second question, because we're coupling them together, it feels like. In the event of an emergency, like the chair of the school committee mentioned, say that the school committee doesn't have, or I'm sorry, the administration doesn't have enough money, a kid moves into town who requires tremendous services. I've heard you discuss this before, but I think it's worth a public hearing. What would you do in that circumstance? So the health insurance piece and then an emergency budget.
Everybody does their budget, and they do the best of their ability to say what they're going to spend. I love every department that's in this city, and if somebody's in desperate need of something, they're not going to go without it. That's just what's going to happen. Everybody budgets how they budget. I don't know how that works, particularly with the school. Do you?
Yeah, no. Sure. If at some point additional money could be reappropriated to the schools, but one, I've never seen that done anywhere, and number two, it would have to be an extreme emergency situation in order to do that. And then the second piece is the health insurance. Health insurance went up this year by $1.8 million, which is a considerable part of the total budget, and which is a considerable part of the total increase that happened this year.
I have one other thing to say on that. Inside of the, we talked about people coming to the school district that needed special services. In the budget, we were told that they're budgeting for 3 children from to come that haven't arrived yet. But with the reserves that they have, I'm like not really concerned that would happen. Even what is projected to be taken from revolving, that is not what has happened in the past. It will be anticipated that that's going to be used. The last time that we did this in '24, I forget what the total dollar amount was. Maybe Councilor Golub remembers, but at the end of that fiscal year, there was $1.2 million that was left, and that just went into revolving funds. It was not used for it wasn't used for student expenditures because it wasn't needed. And so I feel confident that there is enough in there. There's, 5.2 million in there after things have been taken out for this year. There's still 5.2 as of yesterday. I didn't look today.
All right, thank you both. I'd like to, sorry.
I don't want to lose the opportunity and not have the questions answered for the debate on this. So the other question I have is specific. It's specific to what Counselor Garrett was speaking to, but what I'm having a really hard time with is that I feel like what I'm hearing is that like the schools are overfunded, which is just such a different narrative than I hear ever in the entire world. And so that's just, I'm having a hard time absorbing that, right? And I hear the numbers you're giving me. And what I've been told is that the school is going to spend down their revolving accounts, that we've had this cushion because of ESSER funds over the last 5 years that were these emergency relief funds. And if you do look back, like 2017, 18, and 19, we didn't have such a cushion in our revolving accounts, right? And that's before ESSER funds existed. And so what I've been telling myself is like, there's two different ways to look at this budget. And I understand how you're looking at it because you have to look at the whole budget of the whole city. And I understand how the school's looking at it because they have to look out for a department that is chronically underfunded. And I say that not because you underfund them or we underfund them, but because the equation for funding schools is broken. And so my question here is, the numbers that have been given to me and to other counselors at the meeting last week basically leave the schools with around $1 million left in revolving accounts. And there's an estimated over $1 million in federal funds that very likely will be cut based off of the way that federal funding is being cut. And so this is to Counselor Garrett's question, like that to me is an emergency, right? If our federal funds get cut, those are funds that do affect the most vulnerable and high needs students in our district. Is there going to be a financial order to cover those if that happens?
So I want to answer first. Did I think that this was over budgeted? Every department could be budgeted more than it is. Every single department, they actually have all more things that they needed. So I think we have to think of it like that. And I heard the projections, which I explained that to the best of my ability. Yep, down to $1 million. I'll eat my hat if that's what happens. Okay? They said every year we're going to take 300,000 out. 300,000 is going to come out. 300,000, 300,000. There was 15,000 that came out over the past 3 years. Another one that was going to have, we were going to use that. It's budgeted in there. It's not what was happening. So if I told you I'm going to spend every dollar in my wallet, what is the guarantee that I'm going to do that? None, because it's really a choice that you're going to make at the end. I looked back to see, did that happen? Did it happen on the year that we all worked together on this? The only one of those funds that was used was the circuit breaker, which we used, I forget whether it was $1.2 million or $1.4 million that year. We used all of that and not the other funds. It was almost $1 million that we did not use. And then we added more to the revolving. So because that's projected, that was what was projected 2 years ago. We did not use any of that. And I don't have all the numbers in front of me, so don't hold me to that, because I like to speak accurately with the numbers. But what I remember was we used the circuit breaker. We didn't take down any of those that were projected from the other revolvings. Additionally, at the end of the year, we reclassified $650,000 and bought 2 vans and 1 bus for $183,000. So it's projected. Could that be? Certainly. Do I think there's going to be federal cuts? I do. Do I think it's going to be down to $1 million? No. But I'm not a fortune teller. I just looked at past practice and saw what happened. And so I asked everybody to use their reserves. The fire department had money in the reserves of both of their revolving accounts. I put the numbers up and we put other expenses into it and said, we're not going to hold that because it's a tough year. So that's what I
Would you
expected.
be willing to write a financial order if what I've been told, all I have to operate off of for my vote tonight is what I've been told by the superintendent and the business manager and what I've been told by you and the finance manager. And I'm weighing both of those pictures. And the picture that I have says that there's no actual number guidance of how much you hold in revolving counts that I've been given by anyone I've asked or that I've been able to find on any of the mass.gov, DLS, DESI websites. Charter schools are told to hold about 20%. If that budget was 25 million, 20% is $5 million. And so there's the question that I have though is if what I'm being told is true, that the schools are going to spend down, then there's no more ESSER funds coming in, and there's this potential that DOE funds are going to be cut, and we would then have an actual emergency in our school department, are you willing to write a financial order?
Yes, if there's an emergency and they don't have money to educate the children, absolutely.
Thank you. That's my answer.
Counselor Haley next.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of, Mary Ann touched on it briefly with the ESSER funds, but, did the school not use, I forgot what the dollar amount was of ESSER funds, whether it was 5 million or somewhere around that range. Maybe the superintendent can remind me what that dollar value was, but hypothetically speaking, if math is math, if we didn't use all our ESSER funds by September 30th, 2024, and I think the school did use most of those ESSER funds, they would potentially be sitting in front of us right now asking for $3 million or $4 million because they would have had to dry out their reserves if we didn't get those ESSER funds. So they planned accordingly, in my opinion, and we could disagree to agree here, by using those ESSER funds, they saved their reserves. So just the question I guess here is, did they use all their ESSER funds and did they use them appropriately?
Well, I'm sure that they used them appropriately. I mean, I would feel confident I didn't look through every bit of what every penny went for on that. But what I would do if I had extra money would be saving it, right? Yeah. But like I said, we had a almost $2.4 million increase, which is, pretty much what we could go through. I went through every municipal budget and wages, salary, and expenses, and I think $783,000 was cut from asks. And besides that, I had people go into their reserves and take part of their operating out of that. So, but yes, if you had extra money, you wouldn't throw it away, you would save it. That's what I think you'd do, and that's what I'd do.
Yeah, just to follow up there, so you agree that the school department saving the $5 million because they had it at the time was probably a good idea, because now they need it, they're using it.
Fine.
Mayor, one quick question, and then I don't know if anybody else had any questions. When I look at the budget, it looks like most of the departments did get a certain percent increase. There was nobody who got a decrease over last year. Overall, I think it was one department that went lower. Is that correct?
No, there were 7 or 8 departments that had decreases.
Okay.
Veterans, assessing, mayor's office, central services,
City Council.
City Council. There was $91,000 I can't name all the departments, I don't have the paper in front of me right now, but I actually was doing that last night, so they certainly were not the only one.
And overall, what was a percentage increase in this?
1.5.
Okay, thank you.
What, 1.5 in department budgets? Okay, that's what I meant.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. We appreciate all of the details. Now we have Marlo Warner to come up and talk about recycling in DPW. Yeah. And we've got about 10 minutes, so just, sorry.
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5.
No worse.
I think the 2 agenda items, I could use a half hour, then take questions, but I'll get through this as fast as I can. Quick update on the single stream recycling. As you all know, that you have a complete ordinance rewrite for solid waste on your agenda tonight. It was 25 years in the making. We had to have the recycling pieces line up with our single stream recycling, which is going to start the first week of July. We're on schedule to start that program. So that's the update on that piece. So the other piece was the solid waste part of it as far as the trash, 25 years in the making. Things are much clearer in there, a lot of less gray areas when anybody has a question on the transfer station, so on and so forth. So the one thing with the Swiffer program, as we call it, and we ran into a little bit of a speed bump on the trucks. We were supposed to receive them this month. We found out in late March that they were going to be running behind. The trucks have been in Quebec, Canada since November and December. 2 trucks in November and 1 in December arrived in Quebec, Canada for its automated bodies to be installed. We were supposed to receive them in late April, May. We received word that they're pushed out to 2 of them in December and 1 in January of 26. So we didn't put that right out there. We all tried to keep calm. How can we figure this out? Because how it's going to affect the federal grant, $2.05 million. We've been reimbursed 1.4 of that money. So it was scramble time. Athena and I don't think slept for a few nights. So we figured it out where we're looking for additional funding to lease or rent automated trucks, 3 of them starting September 1st. But between July and September, we're going to go to single stream. We're just not going to be able to get the carts out there to the residents. We're going to have to use our current bins, but still go to single stream recycling and mix it. We're half rebuilding one of our recycle trucks that's been down for quite some time to get us by. We've done the RFP, got it ready. We're just waiting for a funding source on leasing or renting those trucks from, say, September 1st through the end of January is what we're looking at. So we can train on our new ones when they come in. So as far as I know, as far as we know, we're okay with the grant. Took a little talking with EPA, but the important thing is we're moving ahead with the program. So we were told that it's not your fault. So we were fortunate, I think. So we've been lucky in many cases to get the grant. Thank goodness for Athena. So that's pretty much the update on that. There's going to be further information coming out as far as when we get going, and so on and so forth. So I want to thank the Swiffer team. I have two supervisors in the DPW. Matt Conway, our comms director, has stepped up big time. Last but not least is Athena. She's done a lot of background work. There's been the soft match we talk about of $800,000. Well, there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes to get where we're at today. And back to the ordinance, we need that ordinance in order to go single stream July 1st. So that's the update on the Swiffer and where the status is on the recycling program. So quick update on the $3.85 million dewatering project. It's actually a sludge press. I think a lot of you are on the count are aware of, this goes back 5 years, started with an anaerobic digester. We had to switch gears because PFAS came into the picture, and we didn't want to take PFAS in from other communities into our treatment plant with an anaerobic digester. So I switched gears and we went to a sludge press. Quick overview on that. We're shipping our sludge now, sewer sludge, to Lowell. It's the only place we can send it. It was $146,000 to ship it for the year in 2014. And I just got the latest numbers. It's going to be over $900,000 this year. And 80% of every load is water. So we're looking at some pretty big savings down the treatment plant when that project's complete. They started the project December 15th. We ran into a couple of design changes, engineering changes. But of course, we were going to be finished with this project early fall. Right now, it's forecasted not finished until March of 26 due to supply chain issues. You guess, electrical parts. We went through it with both buildings we built in the city, so we're going to be waiting on switchgear and a few other things on that project. But I will be extremely happy to see that project off the ground and the savings we will incur with that press up and running. So that's the quickest 5 minutes I can give you on $7 million in projects. So.
Counselor Garrett and then Counselor Gordon.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you and Athena and the rest of the team are doing on all of these projects. I have a question about the Swiffer grant.
Yep.
I remember in a meeting somewhere, or unfortunately I'm having dreams about city council, and this may have been a fantasy, that you had said that instead of the single stream going down to Berlin, Connecticut, it's likely to go to Springfield, or in that area. Am I right in remembering that it's not going to be as far of a distance of travel? I'm asking because in our discussions last year, we had numerous discussions about the number of gallons of gasoline burned, and I was really excited to at least have the belief that we're sending the single stream recycling closer. Is that true?
So no, but there's a twist here.
Okay.
I did as I promised with the city council last fall, or well, the winter, I should say. We looked for a closer facility or something to take the single stream that would have been more cost effective for us. The only other company would have been trucking it to Woburn, which makes it even worse than Berlin. If anybody's traveled out near Woburn, Auburn, it's real fun in the afternoon. So our recycling contract ends with the Springfield MRF on June 30th for the dual stream. So we've signed a contract with USA Recycling, single stream. It's got to go to Berlin. On the flip side of that, they have our trash contract, and we've been hauling it to Wilbraham. So they've agreed, they've bought the old Bondi's Island in Agawam and got rid of the incinerator, they call it. So they're going to allow us to take our trash to Agawam as opposed to Wilbraham. So there's the twist. There's a little bit of an offset by having to go to Berlin with the single stream recycling. Our trash is going to be a shorter trip. And our brand new truck we got through the grant is getting about 8 miles more to the gallon than our truck with 1 million miles on it. So not a perfect match, but it's offsetting some of it.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilor Garrett's gratitude, and I think thank you from all of us to you and Athena and everyone in your department that's been working so hard on all of this. And this is a question that is definitely on behalf of the general public and not just myself, but how long do people have to request a different size cart before the single stream program gets going? Is there a deadline on that?
So Athena, I haven't really talked about that, but it lines kind of up with, we're not going to start collecting with the carts until September 1st if we get leased trucks. We delayed ordering the carts because we should have them by now for the simple reason is we didn't know if anything was going to go south with the grant or anything, I don't want to commit any more city funds to that if all of a sudden we get the grant pulled. That was my thinking. So I think we're going to run into probably July and August with the carts. So folks don't have to get us what they want for a cart between now and July 1st, because we're definitely going to be picking with our current bins.
Counselor Healy?
Yeah, so first, thank you for your department and Athena having the foresight to realize we had an issue with our trucks, and it was going to be a major budget concern for the city if we had to pay to replace those trucks, and getting this grant. It's a great thing for the city. Really much appreciated. There's one thing that we didn't touch on here that I just want a quick update, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. But in previous budget seasons, we talked about I&I, right? So where do we stand with I&I and meeting DEP, satisfying the DEP with our I&I programs?
So we're
What's I&I?
inflow and infiltration, stormwater or illicit connections of stormwater getting into our sewer system. So the only information I can provide at this time is the flow meters at the wastewater treatment plant. When we get these rains, we measure the rains and what we're getting into the plant. I can tell you that we've improved, because there's no doubt in my mind with 5 inches of rain last week, we would have had an SSO, an overflow in the past. So we're improving. Now we're in our 5th year of the consent order. We just had a visit from DEP, a sanitary survey they call it. So they're gonna be updating the consent order. So we're making improvements. I'm hitting the reset button. We're going back to Wright Pierce. We had some good flow testing we took last summer, some good rains. So it gave us some very good identification in different sections of the sewer system where we're getting high flows when it rains. So reset the button, go back to doing that and get to our worst places and keep improving it. So I'd like to say I got 0 going in the system tomorrow. Nobody wants that more than me, but we're just grinding away on it.
So in the I&I, in your budget, do you have any funds allocated for future I&I work? Or is that we're not kind of thinking about that because we're waiting on the DEP? I just want to make sure that we're not going to have a huge financial order down the road for I&I.
Well,
DEP.
we're still pursuing some funding for I&I. There's a couple of things out there that look a little bright, which they haven't in the past. I don't mean to dangle the carrot, but I just don't want to put it out there because we just haven't heard officially on anything. So, no, I don't have anything in the budget. I decreased the capital appropriation to $200,000. The mayor and I talked about it this year because I still have some current funds to hit the reset button and go back and do another evaluation. Hit the reset button and then go to the worst places first.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Minhas?
First off, thank you to you and everyone at the DPW for all the work that you do. I know this is just a little bit off topic, but something that I keep getting asked by constituents. One, what is the recent construction that's happening on Main Street? And two, when can we get that finally paved? Because it's a huge problem for a lot of folks.
I can answer that. So this year's Main Street project, it was put out by our comms director, is a gas company project. They're replacing the gas main from basically right in front of Court Square to Conway Street to hook into the new main that they came up from Coleraine Street last year. And then, as you know, we put our water main in after that. So we got into the ordinance when I came back in 2018. If there's so many feet of trench done by a contractor, they have to pave half the lane. So we've been switching around, working with the gas company from year to year, from our construction and their construction, and we work it out to even footage. Hope Street got done last year by the gas company. We picked up Chapman Street. It was within a few feet, plus they did Marshall Street. So the answer to the paving of Main Street is that Main Street project has been pushed out to FY29 for the reconstruction of it. But we're hoping this fall we can get that worst lane, the north lane on Main Street, repaved through the gas company. And we'll do some other patching too, where it's starting to deteriorate on the south side. I would like to try and get it by. I wouldn't want to put $700,000-800,000 of our Chapter 90 money into it on Main Street and then in 4 years have it torn up and thrown out. So it's fluid right now, but I anticipate we're going to be doing that bad lane in the fall. That's as soon as everything can get out to bid and whatnot, so. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Director Warner.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Kathy, thank you. She had a little hand in getting the ordinance going, guiding Athena and I, and congrats.
She always does. I have Health Director Michael Thoreau, which I think since we're going to talk about the ordinance, if it's okay, since Counselor Bullock is really in the weeds with that we're going to skip over his comments because we'll come back to it when we talk about the ordinance. So I'm going to go to public comment now. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to skip over
It's
Clerk.
fine if you do.
No, Clerk Scott, please.
We just want to remind the public that there is an opening for a Precinct 6 counselor. If you are interested, please send a letter of interest, and if you have a resume, to the City Council email, which is citycouncil@greenfield-ma.gov on or before May 23rd at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I picture those billboards when you're driving, there's like, you know, you don't have to be in your car, you could be there, so you could be right here with us instead of in the audience.
You're supposed to be making it sound good.
We got it?
President Wondolowski, Laura, could we, it's almost 8, could we have our 5-minute break so that we can give everyone our full attention?
I think everybody is kind of getting up and using facilities anyway, so let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back to public comment. I just want to, before we break, one real quick, make sure you sign up if you want to do public comment, and when you come up, you're going to have 3 minutes. That's just our rules. You state your name and where your address. And there's still time to sign up while we're taking our 5-minute break. All right, we are back to order. It doesn't feel like we're back to order. Okay, great. Thank you all for coming back. We're going to start public comment, and the first on the list is Melody Goodwin from the school committee.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Melody Goodwin. I live at 29 Meadow Lane in Greenfield, and I'm here tonight as a school committee member and as an educator. I started teaching in 1983. I've been watching Greenfield school committee meetings for over 20 years, and some of the same things I've heard tonight, I've heard over those 20 years. The same debates about a child moving into town who needs that money, different mayor, different school committee members, but I've heard the same debates over those 20 years. But tonight, one of the things I wanted to say and plead for on behalf of the students and the staff is transparency. I've been pleading for transparency. You could talk to Amy Peretti, because that's like she would say that's Mel's favorite word. She wants to know what it costs. What are we paying? And what are we doing? When you spend money, you want to know what it's for. That's me. When I pay my taxes, I want to know where it's going. I've lived in this town for a long time. My name has been on 3 houses in this town. And I want to know where the tax money is going. And as a school committee member, I do not know what you're talking about. You're talking about 350,000, 700,000. What is that money going to pay for? I should know that as a school committee member. So transparency means knowing what the numbers mean. So as a math teacher, I've taught kids to do critical thinking when it looks at numbers. So I asked for a staff list way back July, October, was told everybody was too busy to give me a staff list. I know it's my job to look at the budget. So what am I paying for? People, because that's usually the number one thing in a school budget. So I had to do a student record request and pay $100 to get a list of all the people who worked in Greenfield Public Schools. I went to the mayor and I said, I want to look at the money for the last 3 years. She believes in transparency. So she printed out budgets for the past 3 years. So I could see the numbers. Because for me as a taxpayer and me as an educator, I want to know what we're paying for. So I saw revolving account money that was never spent. I see money in accounts that are never used. A longevity account that has $78,000 but was never used. And I know the teachers got longevity because they would be very loud if they didn't. So it was double billing. As somebody who's built additions on my house and been part of construction of a school, double billing is something I pick up on that real fast when you're being asked to pay twice. So all of a sudden, I didn't trust the school budget. So I ask that you find out that where the money is going. Also, concern about reading. 80% of our third graders can't read, and there's no additional money in that budget going towards elementary reading, and I beg for that.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah Ahern.
Sarah Ahern, Precinct 8. Good evening, Greenfield City Councilors. My name is Sarah Ahern, and I'm honored to be here tonight as a member of the steering committee that co-created the ordinance before you, an ordinance that amplifies the voice of lived experience in our city's decision-making by establishing an opioid use and prevention commission. This work is deeply personal to me and to many others. It represents not only a policy proposal, but also a shift in how we think about leadership, expertise, and inclusion. Before I speak to the ordinance itself, I want to take a moment for sincere gratitude. To To this council for your time, for your commitment to the people of Greenfield, and for being willing to consider doing something different. To the mayor, whose leadership made the creation of our steering committee possible. To our city legal team, who didn't just review our ordinance, but stood beside us in making sure it aligned with our city charter, offering both structure and support. To the many community members who showed up at public meetings, told their stories, and added their lived wisdom to this process. To all of our partners, formal and informal, who contributed their insights and energy to help make this ordinance not just an idea, but a reality. A very heartfelt thank you to the team at CARES Mass, our technical partners who supported us at every step. Your expertise, your patience, and your encouragement helped bring this vision to life. It's not easy to innovate within systems that weren't built for this kind of inclusion, but together we found a way with care, with accountability, and with a shared commitment to equity. This ordinance is about recognizing a different kind of expertise. It didn't emerge overnight. It came from years of conversation, from years of hope, from years of harm, and from a deep commitment to do something different. The expertise we're talking about is lived and living experience. It's the kind that comes from those of us who have experienced substance use, who have navigated homelessness or incarceration, who have lost someone to substance use, who are not just service recipients, we are knowledge holders. We have lived through the failures in our systems, and we've survived them. We understand what works and doesn't because we've been there. And for too long, people with lived experience has been invited into the rooms, but rarely into positions of power, and almost never into a budget. This ordinance changes that. It creates a legal structure that gives community members with lived experience real power, real input, and real compensation. It creates a model where their voices don't just contribute to the conversation, they help shape decisions, guide funding, and evaluate outcomes. Thanks to Governor Healy's 2023 amendment to Chapter 77 of the Acts of 2023, Section 9, which superseded the 2022 guidance regarding municipal funds, we now have the ability to implement this model effectively. This new regulation allows for the expenditure of settlement funds without further appropriation. It includes administrative costs related to managing and dispersing those funds and implementing abatement strategies. It aligns with Massachusetts General Law 30B procurement rules, meaning it's legally sound, transparent, and accountable. This is a huge win, because if you ever tried to contract with somebody who was in recovery, or someone who was unstably housed, or someone navigating the complex systems that come with trauma and survival, you know how hard it can be. These systems weren't designed with equity in mind, but now thanks to this ordinance and the special law, Greenfield has a path forward. This ordinance removes barriers legally and equitably. It is not symbolic work, it is structural, and I know I'm out of time. I just want to acknowledge that the CARES Mass team is also in attendance. That is the state subcontracts out to help municipalities approach these funds, and thank you for consideration in passing our ordinance for our commission. Thank you.
Sorry. Max Wilby.
Do I just speak?
Say your name and where you live.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Maxwell Joshua Bouch Wilby. I'm 32 years old, live at 5 Cameron Street, Greenfield, and I'm 10 months clean. I encourage the establishment of the Opiate Prevention Use Commission. I've seen our community lose skate parks, arcades, and its detox, though some of these items have been rebuilt and or replaced. I feel this commission and the funds available to it can not only improve lives, but save lives, not ostensibly, but absolutely. Thank you.
Ella Condon.
Ella Condon, Precinct 4. I hope the council will put their support behind the opioid ordinance as well as the school resolution to fully fund the schools. It was just a couple years ago that the council and community really put forward their desire to fully fund the schools, and I hope that that hasn't dissipated. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Marchevka.
Hi, Sarah Marhevka, 18 Russell Street.
I don't necessarily agree with raising taxes if it comes to that in order to level fund the schools, as this will have a disproportionate effect on some people. I don't, however, see another way, as our mayor will not level fund the schools, but will meet the budget increases requested by the fire and police departments. Public education is simply too important. This morning, my partner and I were talking about the logistics of getting to this meeting tonight. Our 8-year-old Federal Street School student yelled from the other room, "Vote yes!" I asked him, "Vote yes for what?" He said very matter-of-factly, "To fund our schools." I asked him why he thinks this is important. He said, "Just so that we can keep doing what we're doing." As Francis said, he's not asking for anything more, just a continued solid public education. I'm not, nor is the school district, asking for anything more than the money to fund programs that already support our students. I believe public education to be fundamental to a functioning democracy. Without it, there's nothing left to fight for.
Thank you. Andrea Michael?
Hi, I'm Andrea Michael, James Street. I have 2 kids in our schools, enrolled in our schools, one in the middle school, one in the high school. I'm also been in the school system since 2016, and I've been president of the PTO for most of those years. One thing that I've never said is that our schools have any waste. There is not waste. They run out of paper by the end of the year. They're constantly asking us for things to fund at the PTO, such as like chairs for parents to sit on, things like that. I have also been around long enough to remember a year when we had students who went to another school who had special needs and needed to be paid for. And it was something like $1 million that we were over budget. And everybody in town said, well, why didn't the superintendent think about that? Why did we not budget for that ahead of time? And here we are with a superintendent who is thinking about that, who is budgeting for the needs of our students and the potential needs of our students, because it's not, when you budget, only about knowing what's going to happen. It's about anticipating what might happen. And our superintendent is very knowledgeable. She's got a lot of experience, not only in being a superintendent, but being in our school system. And I think that we should listen to her and trust her and believe her that she knows what she's talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Sal Cincata? Am I close? Okay, I got it completely wrong because they didn't come up. Judy Bennett.
Hi, Judy Bennett. I live on Conway Street in Greenfield. I'm a teacher at the high school. I am also on our union's executive board, some other various committees. I could probably speak to all sorts of things, and actually it was wonderful hearing your questions because some of them were the same ideas that I had running around in my head. But I thought I would just bring up, as part of the union, something that is kind of concerning to me is we're currently in contract negotiations, and it ties into the health insurance increases, and I mentioned that at the school committee, the special meeting the other evening. But I just want you to understand that many of our staff members, because of the health insurance increases, without a cost of living adjustment, are going to be making less next year, right? Their take-home pay will go down. And our IAs, obviously kind of at the bottom of the pay scale, are going to take that differently than someone who's been at the top of the pay scale for quite some time. But I just want you to understand that that is the situation many of our staff members are going to be facing next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael Throw? You're going to skip, okay. Susan Wargoff.
Thank you. I'm Susan Wargaftik. I live at 45 Forest Avenue, and for the once, I'm not talking to you about housing. I am here to talk about, I have great support for the public schools, and as a former teacher, I'm very aware that budget has many nuances and a lot of concerns when we look at the school budget. However, I'm also concerned about the physical health of the city as a whole as well as the schools. If the $350,000 requested by the schools puts the city's bond rating at risk, then we will all be paying additional funds on the city's debt. And so that $350,000 will be actually quite meaningless. Rather, I would suggest that the budget submitted by the mayor be passed with the understanding that if the schools find their budget seriously stretched later in the fiscal year, that they can return to the council with a detailed statement of why additional funds are necessary and ask for a supplemental budget. Considering the uncertainties of the state and federal budgets right now, the national economy, and the bond markets themselves overall, I believe that it's prudent to budget conservatively at this time and use the budget that we have presently before you. Thank you.
Jessica Pollock?
My name is Jessica Pollock. I live on Norwood Street in Greenfield. I'm a mother of a child at Four Corners Elementary School, an employee of Greenfield Public Schools for the past 15 years, and a Greenfield town and then city employee for 10 years before that. I love our community, and I value our schools. I'm here to implore you to increase your funding to the school budget for next year. Per the recommendation by the school committee, children have the most to lose with the significant budget cuts to the school budget that have been proposed by the mayor. Most of the children in our schools who would be affected by this have also endured the impacts of pandemic learning, from academic learning loss to an increase in mental health challenges to lacking social skill development. Budget cuts to our schools will likely lead to larger class sizes, fewer academic support for high-need students, and a possible loss of arts and music programs. Doing this will make our schools less attractive to families, leading to impacts on home sale values and possibly resulting in an exodus of families choosing to other school districts, which will only exacerbate our budgetary challenges. My daughter was here earlier this evening with me, whisked here after her dance class without dinner, so we could plead with you to adequately fund her school. She's since gone home to go to bed. We came here on behalf of all students and families who were not able to come tonight. The children deserve to have a fully funded school budget. Thank you for your consideration.
I'm going to go to a few that are online for a minute. I've got Molly Merritt, if you want to unmute yourself.
Hi, Molly Merritt. I live in Precinct 7. I am here to speak in favor of the school committee resolution to increase the GPS budget by the $350,000. The mayor says that the school age population is shrinking, and to the point that the last speaker just made, if we want to turn that around, we have to make the schools attractive to parents. We have to show that we care and prioritize funding our schools to make this a place where parents are going to want to send their kids. I live in a house in Greenfield where the person who sold us the house moved to Northampton because she wanted her daughter to go to high school in Northampton. I have a 2-year-old, and I strongly believe in public schools, and I really want to send her to the schools in Greenfield, but if I see the schools getting defunded year after year, it really makes me think about sending her somewhere else. So again, I'm asking the council to vote in favor of the school committee resolution. And also to echo the request to trust the school committee and the superintendent and the people who are making the budget and have the best interest of our students in mind. I don't see the other departments in the city facing the high level of scrutiny that the school system seems to be facing. I'm sure you could make a similar argument about wastefulness in other departments, and I don't see people sitting around picking apart the budgets of other departments and distrusting the people who are requesting those funds. So again, just asking you as a parent, as a Greenfield resident, as a taxpayer, please fully fund the Greenfield schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Webb.
Hi, my name is Max Webb. I live in Precinct 9. It seems like we're at a critical point of decision-making regarding how the city allocates its money. I'm hearing the ask that the school get creative, and with all due respect, that creativity demands financial investment over time. Before I lived in Greenfield, I worked as a music therapist for a large public school system in Texas. I was full-time salaried, and there were even 3 of us on staff. We also had 2 interns a year. The 3 of us saw every single elementary school special needs class a week. We added a bright and exciting way for students to meet their goals and excel. IDEA requires that you provide the best possible services to all students. The residents have spoken. We want you to invest in the schools. We want it so badly we are willing to pay more in taxes. While I support increasing the levy to meet the school's budgetary needs, I need to underline how much the residents are putting on the line. Invest in the schools so that parents will choose to keep their kids in district. Invest so that neighboring communities want their kids to come to our schools. I would also ask that moving forward, you scrutinize the budgets of other departments as hard as you do the schools. Please consider that in the very near future, federal aid may not be available, or worse, levied against us to progress a hateful campaign by the government. 3 cop cars would pay for over 5 teachers' aides. Furthermore, while I support this measure to fund the schools, please recognize that if you do not get this budget under control, you are only asking residents to send their tax dollars out of district as more and more parents choose to choice out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to those in the room. So next up, I have Roxanne Wiedegardner.
Good evening, councilors, Madam President. I'm speaking to you tonight as a Greenfield taxpayer with experience as a Greenfield
Sorry,
school.
we didn't get your name and address. I know we all know it.
Okay, well, the name, Roxanne Wiedegardner, 85 Hastings Street, sorry. With experience as a Greenfield school committee member for a total of 10 years. And the city's past chief executive. I fully understand the difficulty of the task ahead of you in finalizing the FY26 budget as a balanced budget. But I am also taken aback by Mayor DeSorger's 0% increase in the FY26 school budget, in essence, a defunding of the budget. I ask you to, at a minimum, authorize the expenditure of the school committee's request of an additional $350,000 to increase the school department budget by 1.48% over the FY25 budget. With their request, I believe the school committee has struck a positive compromise in good faith. And a little special extra shout out to, and hope that you will also support the forming of the opioid ordinance. Good work on the part of those people who are involved. I think it's an excellent way to proceed on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Goodwin.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Pamela Goodwin, live at 54 High Street over at the Weldon. About 6 years ago, I decided that I wouldn't get involved in the school committee's business. I kind of chose to get involved in GSET and a whole lot of other things. However, I have been attending the school committee lately, and I have been watching some of the things when I haven't been able to be there in person. I'm struck, as Melody Goodwin just talked about, when things are requested, she's not getting them, and she's a member. I also saw that the mayor had to get up her seat and go over and make a public comment because the chair would not recognize her. I know that we had asked which programs might be cut of the superintendent, and there was not any information about that forthcoming. I know this was a big deal about, shutting down buildings and reorganizing. Many times, I don't see the school committee acting like a committee. I don't see a vote called among members, and that concerns me. I will say that when my youngest son went off to Lake Tahoe, he was in the cuisine area, and he called me up and he said, "Hey, Mom, I'm going to come back and go to Boston." And I said, "Well, what culinary school is that?" And he said, "I want to go to Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology and become a master mechanic." He has done this an entire life. I took out a loan. He took out a loan, and I had a real debt-to-income problem the rest of my life. He always took the loan over, and I said, "This isn't something I was going to do. I just was going to help you get to school. Now you pay it." So he paid off his loan, my loan, and his wife's nursing loan. And I just recently am able to actually get my own credit card because everybody looked at that and said, "We're not going to loan you." When my car was destroyed, I couldn't get a car loan from a credit union that I had had since the 1990s. So you don't have to tell me how hard it is to have a debt-to-income ratio and how much I've had to tighten my belt and take a close look at my budget. I also, when I became an educational consultant, I chose to talk about money management. I taught a college class, I taught little tiny children, I was teaching adults as well. So you kind of tighten your budget, you look at see what you can get rid of, you live within your income, and I would like to think that the city of Greenfield can figure out how to do that, and I honor the fact that our current mayor looks very closely at every penny, at every budget, at everything, reading contracts, and I honor that. And so I would ask that you not spend more than you can afford and wait and see. I like Susan Morgaftik's thing about a supplemental budget should there be a problem. When we have exploding pipes, we have emergencies on the city side as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah Lentz?
Hi, thank you. I have a surprise visitor, my daughter, Juniper Lentz. Was so excited about this, she came over. My name is Sarah. I live at 35 Lincoln Street. Good evening, and thank you for the time today. I'm relatively new to Greenfield. I moved here 2 years ago with my family from Austin, Texas. It was a big move, and every day there's someone who asks me, why Greenfield? A big part of that move when we visited cities around the country was the community here and talking to people who clearly valued education. My husband is a teacher. He was a teacher in Texas. He currently teaches as a special ed teacher at the Greenfield Middle School. My daughter goes to 4th grade at Four Corners. And I have to say, I hear a lot of complaints on the street and on the Facebook and all the things about the Greenfield School, and every one of them usually surprises me because my experience here has been nothing but excellent. My kid is thriving. In 1 year, she went from very low percentile testing on her math and language arts scores, which we could not get support for back in Texas, to in 1 year, she is now over the 90th percentile in her tests. And that is completely because of the incredible dedication of the school and her teachers and the attention she gets here that she would not have gotten where we came from. I see such a bright future for this community, but only if the schools keep getting the support they need. There are young families who are considering where they are going to next right now. This is a moment where people are thinking about where they will move to. Without prioritizing education, this district will not grow. This city, Greenfield, will not grow. This is a tough choice, but our kids need more, not less. I ask you, when you are thinking about this, not to think about just 1 year's budget. You really need to be considering the future. What kind of community do you want Greenfield to be known for? That is what you are voting for today. And thank you for your time. Do you have anything to say about your school? I have time till the timer goes off. No? Okay. Nope, you just talked into it. Oh, no, you gotta talk into the green one.
My teacher gives us all the support we need. I have a kid in my class who has a hard time with everything, but she just goes on. But when she's done, she comes, talks to the kids, and helps him through with all the stuff. And if anybody has a hard time, she helps them, and she's really nice, and she plays a song to get everybody to know what it is.
And this is after her class doubled without any warning. And she's also going to the middle school next year without any warning. And throughout all of this, she has been ecstatic and excited because she trusts the schools here. Please keep our kids trusting the schools. Please keep the parents trusting the schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Val Sincata? I can't read it. It looks like SAL. Oh, Val Loudon.
Me? Sure. Sweet. I don't know if I can follow that, you guys. Come on. So I'm here to talk about the opioid.
We have to get your name and address again.
My name is Val Loudon, 68 Federal. I work at the Recover Project, and I'm also a person with lived experience. I am a product of opioid use. And so these sexy legs aren't just for show. It's exactly what happens to people when we abuse drugs. So I've been through the stigma that it causes. I've come to the point where I don't care anymore. I don't have to explain how I lost my legs. Most people think I was in the war, whatever. But I was in a war on drugs. And you know, I got out alive, so I guess I won. But a part of me stayed behind. And I don't want this to happen to anybody else. And I don't want the stigma to follow them like it has with most of the people that I talk to. I've been clean and sober for 22 years. I've seen what happens to people. I've lost a lot of friends to opioids, and I've heard the stigma. I've been in conversation with people who don't understand. We're just trying to get people to understand and to see that we're just people. And yeah, I made some bad decisions, but You know, I'm still a good person. I have a good heart. I work in the service of others because I know what it's like. And so please consider passing this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sarah Rashad.
Hi, Sarah Rashad, Greenfield, Massachusetts. All right. I'm here to ask for your support in passing the Opioid Abatement Commission ordinance. I don't really know what we're calling it, but that's what I called it. A lot of work has gone into this, not just the past year, but for years. And beyond that, a lot of lives, and a lot of lives lost, and that are continuing to be lost. I want to just recall something that was said earlier by Mayor Jenny. This is something that across the state they're looking at as the model. That's huge. That is so big, and I'm so proud of all the work that has gone into that, and all the people who helped to pioneer that. I also want to mention what might be like a hot button issue with the $3,000 stipend. That gets paid directly from the opioid abatement funds themselves. So if there was any questions or concerns about that, I just wanted to offer that clarity. And then outside of my role as a recovery coach and as a person in recovery, I want to touch on the schools, because I'm also a parent in this town. Please, please, please fund our schools. There was talk about overfunding. I don't think you can overfund a child's education, honestly. So please, please fund our schools. And I'm going to go back to the abatements, actually. It's hard, as we've heard with the stigma, it's hard to get up and identify as a person with lived and living experience. So when we're asking for a majority of the commission to be people with lived and living experience and to get up here and do really, really heavy work, I think it's important that we compensate for that work, which is why we had put in for that $3,000 that gets paid through the opioid abatement funds themselves. But I want to acknowledge that there is still stigma. The town, we're changing, and the country is changing, but the stigma is still very present. And please pass this so we can have less stigma and more help. And please fund our schools. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah.
Thank you. David Mascaro-Titolo.
Better this time.
I'm. Say Wondolowski.
Good evening. David Mascaratolo, 43 Country Club Road. I always make it clear that who I'm speaking for, and I'm speaking as a resident, not the Public Safety Commissioner of Greenfield. I find it interesting that there's applauds and then there's not applauds. The folks that are concerned about the school budget aren't necessarily against the schools. I mean, I'm 100% for the schools, and for the schools to be funded 100%. But I'd like to know where the $2.2 million of reserve are going to, that the school committee and the superintendent say are committed to. Does anybody in this room, including the superintendent and the school committee, have a list of where that $2.2 million is going to be spent on? Is it going to be spent on music, which is important to me? Is it going to be spent on arts? Is it going to be spent on reading in English? The grade schools are in the bottom 50 cities in Massachusetts for the reading in English. Is that $2.2 million going to go towards the kids? A lot of folks are talking about the kids, the teachers. Teachers should be the priority. How many assistants of the assistant of the assistant of the admin do we have? Why don't we have more English and reading assistants to help the children so we can get out of that lowest 50%? I think we're administration top heavy. I'm concerned about the business finance director of the schools who owns a consulting firm, who also has POs coming to his consulting firm from our school system. He should not be the financial director of our schools as a consultant writing POs to his own firm. This is a problem. Does it border fraud? I don't know, but it's a damn good question. I believe in the schools, but I believe in the teachers. I believe that the children should be educated 100%. Why are kids leaving Greenfield? When I first moved to Greenfield almost 30 years ago, the first thing I read in the paper that there was like $2 or $4 million missing. This was back in the 90s. I choiced my kids out of Greenfield because of the money problems. Not because of the bad teachers, but because of the money problems. We have to look into these problems. You can't draw the line and say, I'm for the schools or I'm against the schools. I'm for the schools, but we need to be fiscally responsible. And what does that mean? We need to manage our money, we need to use our resources effectively, and we need ethics. As a person in the security field and as the Public Safety Commission, ethics is number one to me. Do we have ethics in the administration of the school department and the school committee? I don't think so. This is where I stand. Nobody needs to applaud, but I'm 100% for the children of Greenfield. But things need to change, and we need to look at the finances. I'm calling for a full audit independent of the school financials so we can all see what the truth is. Thank you for your hard work, because I know you all work really hard for our city.
Thank you. Anna McBean?
Anna McBain, Deerfield Street, here in town. I'm here as the Unit C, so that's everyone that doesn't hold a DESE acknowledged professional licensure who is on our education staff. I am their representative for the union, and I'm just here to plead that you guys don't give us a pay cut, because with the 17% health insurance hike that is coming, there is no one I represent that will not lose money. And pretty much everyone I represent already has to have at least 2 jobs, including myself, beyond my union job and my job with the town to sustain the bills. And we're still begging our parents for loans all the time. So the fact that I'm hearing that people that are not the ones who are educating the kids, are not the ones that are looking at reports that say you are failing, and then you're saying that these people in other departments are getting raises, and then the mayor is saying, oh, you can't even have enough to have the same amount you had last year. That doesn't seem fair. That seems like we are being punished for the fact that we chose to do something nice with our lives instead of just going around and sitting at a desk. Give 350, but actually enough to level fund our schools, because we will never get out of turnaround unless you give us enough funds to finish staffing, because we are understaffed already. And then you're saying, let's have less money. Well, that will incur more anger from the state. We will get in even more trouble because our special education and social emotional departments are already severely understaffed and inaccurately staffed. So yes, there are problems. Everyone is at fault. But you guys not saying that the mayor's budget is wrong is just going to increase the problems and cause more reasons for families to genuinely need to have their children in other locations because of the lack of funding. So just please know that when the mayor says that we are overfunded, we're not. We're in fact severely underfunded. And if you guys can't come up with a bigger number, we're going to be even more out of compliance with the laws, and we're going to lose more students. Thank you for your time. I hope the opioid thing also works out.
Thank you. Online, I have Sophia Pastori. You can unmute.
Hi, yes, Sophia Pastori, Precinct 6, 10 Walnut Street. I am a parent of a Federal Street elementary schooler who started in kindergarten online during the lockdown and was taught by a 20-year veteran teacher who had never taught online before how to read in kindergarten. And the amount of gratitude I have for the school system, I really just can't state it. I am an evangelist for the Greenfield school system. I have a younger child who will be a kindergartner at Federal Street this fall. I have a fourth grader who was prepped to stay in his school in fifth grade and is really excited about the middle school because of the work that the staff at Federal Street have done to get him excited to, they have taking them over there, talking to them about the programming. I really could not be happier with the experience that we've had with our neighborhood school. I would like to echo what was stated by Councilor Bullock earlier, that hearing that public schools anywhere in the United States, but particularly in Greenfield, are overfunded is impossible to believe. And I say this as someone who was born in the European Union, has family in a country where schools are genuinely fully funded. And the public school is the only public service that we have in the United States. The only equalizer, education is the only equalizer that we have. Greenfield is a working class town. I love Greenfield for being a working class town. We are so passionate. We work so hard here. The mayor works so hard. The town council works so hard. Everyone who's spoken tonight works so unbelievably hard. And so all I have seen is public school staff work creatively with very few resources. I see the PTO meeting gaps I see parents, teachers, and staff who are not only educating, but also working as social workers, as, therapists, as family workers. There is a lot that goes into educating in a town where people's basic needs are not met. And that's true, again, in a lot of the country. Massachusetts, we're lucky, but still, Greenfield, we have some very serious resource issues as a town. So I would love, and I want to applaud the school council, the current school council and superintendent for the work they have done on equity for many, many years. I was one of a group of parents. There have been many of us who asked for an end to school choice, who asked for redistricting, for some of these equity issues to be looked at, and I applaud the current superintendent and school council for their conviction in addressing that. And I see some of those benefits already in the town in the 1 year that it's been in effect. And I will lastly say I am also a social worker in the field of addiction. I'm someone who has addiction in my family, in my friend group, who has lost people, who has been lucky enough to work alongside people who are in recovery from opiate use. And I also applaud the town council and everyone who has worked on again, I don't know what it's called, the opioid commission, and I would like to add earlier that people who stand in their personal experience with opioid addiction are being incredibly brave, and we ask people to live in the worst things that ever happened to them.
Thank
you. Thank you.
All right. Back in the room, I have Stacy Sexton.
Hello. My name is Stacy Sexton. I live at 74 High Street here in town. That's precinct 6. I'm speaking for myself as a citizen of our beautiful community. I just want to be clear that the way that I'm approaching this conversation is by knowing very, very much in my heart that we all have the same interests at heart right now. Everybody in this whole room cares about our kids. That for me is not in dispute. But I do think that perhaps we have honest disagreements about how we care for that, how we get there to that place of having the kinds of school and the kind of community in general that we want. When I hear the question being asked of what do we get for these dollars, where are they even going? I wonder if anyone went to the band concert last week or heard about the acceleration academies that happen during the breaks that are working to try to address the actual gaps that we recognize and we admit that we have. I wonder about this innovation pathway grant that we're going to learn more about that will help springboard us into the future. These are the kinds of programs that we want to be highlighting and working together to support, because that's what's going to draw more students back, hopefully, if we're lucky. It also could be the source of good jobs for people in our community. I've heard also a lot about the students who are leaving. Some people say the word fleeing. I don't think that's true. They all have other reasons besides whatever perceived decline of our schools there is. But I wonder, are we resigning ourselves to that, to perpetual shedding of population until we're all gone? Or are we actually identifying a place where we can say, here we stand, what is our goal for growth? And specifically, how are the schools a part of those goals and part of those plans? That's what I would love to hear more about. When we think about the budget, we gave several numbers. One of them is the what we needed. That was 7%. That's out of the question. We get that. But then there's the what we need to sustain us, which would have been a level funding. We're trying to get close to that. And I want to be clear, the $350,000, like, that is not the actual gap, but we're going to try to backfill it with additional reserves beyond what we had committed prior. I would love to do more to work with you all as partners in this work moving forward. I think that there's a lot that we can learn from this experience and how we might actually address some of these questions further earlier on in the process or develop working relationships that avoid us having this kind of thing every time we get here. I did want to seek clarity on a thing that was mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to put it out there and we'll see if clarity comes. But thinking about our transportation numbers, in the budget that I received, there was no 25% increase. It was actually a 9% decrease in our transportation budget. So I would love to know where the sources being referenced are actually coming from on that number.
Thank you.
All right, I have Tara Cloutier.
Hello, my name's Tara Cloutier. I teach Spanish at Greenfield High School, where I have since 1995. Excuse me. I went to Greenfield High School. I graduated in 1988. I've been here forever. My family, all of us, my children, my siblings, my nieces and nephews. This is important to me. I'm asking you to level fund the budget. I have two things that, sitting here this evening, have come up for me. One, I need to talk about Karen Patnode, because I've also worked with Karen for, I'm not positive, 20 years. She is extremely qualified. She is extremely invested in our school system. I've worked under 7, 8 superintendents, and I have never met any that are this invested in our community and our school system. She has extreme integrity, and Karen Patnode is a rule follower. It's insulting to our schools, and this is contributing to a negative image in our community that we're sitting at this evening and doing this. So I'm asking you to vote to fund the school budget. This is a level, we're not asking for expansion. We are asking to keep what we have. What do we have? We have strong athletics. We have art, music, libraries, foreign language. We have lots of AP classes. We have services for high-need students and highly qualified teachers and reasonable class sizes. That's what we want. We want Greenfield to be a place where kids want to come, where parents want to send their children. When I went here in the 80s, Greenfield Public Schools were the place to be. Everybody, this was it. The surrounding towns looked up to Greenfield. Doing this and having accusatory discussions or comments is not putting us where we should be. This is taking us down. We are not asking for extreme things. We are asking for a level-funded budget, and we deserve it. The children deserve it. The teachers deserve it. I've heard people talk about growth for our town, and inadequate funding for schools does not equate to growth for the town. Plain and simple. If we don't have strong schools, we don't have a strong town. Please fund our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily Coster?
Hi, my name is Emily Kester. I live in Precinct 6. I'm a mom of 3 children. I raised them in a community not Greenfield. My eldest is 9 years older than my youngest. By the time my youngest graduated high school, her graduating class was 1/3 the size of her older brothers. This is declining enrollment. You want to be afraid of it. A community that does not invest in its schools shoots itself in the foot. I really encourage you to invest in the schools. At the same time, I'm hearing tonight there are some concerns around transparency, and I don't know what the council can do to break through that, but it would be really helpful for all involved if you could do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I have 2 more online. Cheryl Sabara.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Cheryl Sabara, and I am the Executive Director and Senior Staff Attorney for the Massachusetts Association of Health Boards. And I'm also a member of CARE Mass, which is the municipal training and technical assistance team for the opioid abatement settlement funds that are managed by the Department of Public Health's Bureau of Substance Addiction and Services. And I really want to thank you for considering enacting the first Opioid Use and Prevention Commission ordinance in Massachusetts. I am a proud member of CARE Mass, and I was very proud to have worked with your health department and other municipal departments and people with lived experience to help with this ordinance. And enacting it will really demonstrate the city's commitment to listening to people with lived and living experience and determining what evidence-based abatement strategies are needed most in Greenfield. We hope other municipalities follow this city council's lead and do the same. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And last online is Erica Hensel.
Hensel. Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Erica Hensel. I'm the project manager for Opioid Response. And I just wanted to, I am not a Greenfield city resident. I just wanted to applaud all the work that went into the opioid ordinance, especially by Sarah Ahern and Marianne Bullock. And I wanted to uplift the Greenfield community for valuing the voices of those with lived and living experiences. As the mayor said, it will be groundbreaking for the state and spotlighted. So I just want to say great job. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I've got everybody. There's not anybody else on the list. Going once, going twice. Great. Thank you all for turning out this evening. I really appreciate it. And the kids, Juniper, I think, who has left already. Thank you for being here. And folks who are being, through your lived experience, I know this is not easy. So thank you for being public when there's stigma. We really appreciate your being here. So thank you. So the next on our agenda is the public hearing and second readings. Do I do the public hearing first?
So Mike can read the public hearing and then you can open it.
Okay. So Mike, could I have you, Councilor Toronzo, read the second reading?
Page 26.
Page 26.
In accordance with Home Rule Charter, the Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. at Johnstown Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street in Zoom. To receive public input on the following. Authorize $1,787.06 for payment of FY23 electric utility bill from the FY25 utilities budget. FY 2026 operating budget. Appropriate $67,925. That doesn't sound right.
Million.
No, sorry, $67,925,100 for the FY26 general fund budget. Appropriate $2,840,089 for the FY 2026 water enterprise fund. Appropriate $3,895,664 for the FY 2026 sewer enterprise fund. Appropriate $2,390,826 for the FY 2026 GSET enterprise fund. And to establish budgets for revolving funds pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half for FY 2026. The City Council may consider the same on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. at Johnstown Community Center, 35 Pleasant Street, and Zoom.
Thank you.
And now the second reading.
I'm going to open the public hearing at 9:05. We have nobody signed up for public comment. And now you can read the second reading.
All right. Authorize $1,787.06 for payment of FY23 electric utility bill from the FY25 utilities budget. FY 2026 operating budget. Appropriate $67,925,100 for the FY 2026 general fund budget. Appropriate $2,840,089 for the FY 26 water enterprise fund. Appropriate $3,895,664 for the FY 2026 sewer enterprise fund. Appropriate $2,390,826 for the FY 2026 GSET enterprise fund. Establish budgets for revolving funds pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half for FY 2026.
Thank you. It is now 9:06 and we're closing the public hearing. All right, so now we're going to skip to motion 2, and that is Councilor Bullock. Would you like to read the motion on page 33?
There. Okay. Order number FY 25-083, the City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council amends the code of the City of Greenfield by adding to Part 2, Boards, Commissions, Committees, and Other Governing Bodies, Chapter 156, Opioid Use and Prevention Commission, as attached hereto, and further amends the table of contents and index of contents of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield.
Do I have a second? Thank you. And
Catherine, I don't know how it voted out of committee.
yeah, so we'll go to Catherine for committee and comments there.
Sure. So this received a unanimous positive recommendation from Appointments and Ordinances, along with a unanimous positive recommendation for an amendment. And in looking at the amendment was basically just to clarify the first section so that it was not substantive in changing what would happen. It just kind of changes the way it's written so that there's no doubt about the structure of the committee. When I looked in the packet today, the amendment that had, been, the amendment is not, oh, there it is. Sorry, this has been
It's on page 36.
It's right there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, it's been a stressful day. So if y'all look at thank you to the clerk's office. If y'all look at page 36, you will see the amendments. The crossed out version is what was initially there, and the boldage with red letters is what was amended. What I don't know is whether we can just make a motion to pass I imagine that we can make a motion to pass the amended version now. Can you let me know if that's accurate, Clerk Scott? Yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask Counselor Bullock to just give us a, flyover of what this does?
Yeah, just so everyone knows, the amendments didn't alter the spirit of or technicalities of the ordinance at all. It really was just a little more language, the type of language that's written in charter and for ordinances. Basically, this establishes a commission, a formal commission for the city. The commission is staffed by a board that is majority people with direct experience that is spread out. There's a staggered membership of 2 and 4 years so that there's the whole board could not be vacant at the same time. It really tasks this group of people with not only figuring out how to spend these dollars, but it also figures out how to adequately engage in the public engagement process for these dollars on an ongoing basis. So it's not like a one-off thing and then the dollars are spent. And it also sets up a commission that then is who would be addressing issues around opioid use in the city. So if there was, this sort of addresses the new committee that was formed. You would have a place to go if you want to ask questions, like when the benches were removed from downtown. This is a commission that could have been tasked with addressing some of those issues, seeing could there be people that could work with some of the harm reduction services in town. So on top of dealing with the abatement strategies and making annual recommendations on where the funding would go and that sort of thing, and making sure that the public engagement process is happening, and there's a community feedback loop that's happening. It's also administering and overseeing a commission that would then be able to be an advisor to the mayor, to the police department, to the fire department, to the city council, in an ongoing way with a current and up-to-date resources, and really that's embedded in the community. And I will just address I know the only real feedback I've heard in opposition of this is around the $3,000. As some of the speakers said, the $3,000 is coming out of the opioid abatement funds. It does not come out of the city budget. And then it was highly recommended by the partners that we worked with outside of the city that actually we compensated a higher rate, and we lowered it because we didn't think it would get through. It works out to be about $250 a month. And the idea is that these folks, especially the people who are there for the first 3 years, are going to have a really high rate of engagement that needs to be done in order to get this system set up. So someone said to me, I can't remember who, but someone said to me, that's more than we make on the council. And I'm like, yeah. And this sucks. It's terrible. You get paid nothing. I suffer at my other job, not doing my other job because I'm doing this job. And so we do not want to put people in that position. And the last thing I'll just say about that, because I know that might be where we get some debate on it, is that when you're a person with lived experience and you identify as recovery in a professional setting, you're then often blocked from advancing in a professional setting in your life. You can get peer roles. You can sometimes get roles in a program director position, but really being in a higher up position, you're blocked. And I dealt with this at the hospital. There is not a desire for there to be a staff that is outwardly identifiable as a risk. Whereas any other person who's not outwardly identified as in recovery in the public, like, just deals with their substance use issue in private, HIPAA, confidentially. And so I think it's just really important that we're compensating people, and it's not that much money, and it comes out of the suffering of really the people in this community who've lost people.
Counselors, any questions?
I've been working in the Department of Mental Health field since 1998, so I've seen the success stories and how great this is. I want to thank the people who came here to tell the stories. It's wonderful to hear that. There's one person I know personally. It was just great to see him here and to do that stuff. And I have to admit, I was one of the people who had a real problem with the $3,000, not because people working on the commission don't deserve it, but I just need to, I'm not going to question this at all. I'm voting yes, no one worry. But I wanted to shout out to all the other volunteers. We have over 150 volunteers in this city who serve on commissions and boards and committees, and some of them have lived experience too. Human Rights Commission has lived experience. The newly established ad hoc unhoused committee has people with lived experience. So I just want to make sure that we recognize and remember the other people who do the work behind the scenes that we kind of forget about. And there was there was a comment made at one of the meetings where we took offense to, where they kind of dismissed the other people as unimportant. The people who serve on the boards and the commissions and the committees in this city do the work that we don't have to do. They do all the stuff to get the information to the councils, to the departments, and we need to remember that. So I want to just take this opportunity to remember the other people who do the work as well, and let's not forget about them.
Councilor Minhas.
I just want to kind of piggyback on some of the stuff that's been said and just voice my support for this. We as a community have really been affected by the opioid crisis, and I've lost many friends because of that. And if there's any way that we can provide institutional support and legitimacy to people who are struggling with this and have moved past it and are in a position to help others and guide others, I think we should do that.
I don't think I see any other comments, so let's move to a roll call vote.
So we just need to make sure that we're voting on the recommendation from the Appointments and Ordinance Committee.
Okay. And we're just making it clear that you're voting on the recommendation from A and O with the little amendments, so on page 36. Cool? Okay, nodding heads, great.
Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Mastrotaro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Counselor Minhas?
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo?
Yep.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, and yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all for all your really hard work. Really appreciate it. Okay, we're going to skip now to the FY26 operating budget. And so that is page 103. And Counselor Toronto, it's your show.
Thanks. All right. Order number FY 25085, City Council, upon recommendation of the mayor, to appropriate $67,925,100 for the FY 2026 general fund budget, moves that it be ordered that the City Council vote to appropriate the sum of $67,925,100, which is the full amount necessary for the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget, July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. To meet said appropriation, the following funding sources and amounts will be raised and transferred from: parking meter receipts reserve, $350,000, OPEB stabilization, $100,000, stabilization, $200,000, free cash, $100,000, raise and appropriate, $67,175,100. Majority vote required.
Do we have a second? Counselor Healy?
Yeah, second it, and I'd like
Thanks.
to comment.
And then any comments coming out of Ways and Means before I go to?
No, I don't believe so. Huh? I mean, it was, yes, we had a unanimous positive recommendation on this budget number. We, critiqued what we could, and to be honest, stop some of the deliberation at a certain point when it was apparent that what had been cut is already been cut. And there was really no more fat to trim that would be feasible. So we did have a unanimous positive recommendation on this budget.
Thank you. All right, I've got Counselor Healy next.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend.
For a second?
Second.
That motion would be as followed. Move that it be ordered that the city council approves the appropriation of $68,275,100 for the FY 26 general fund budget, which reflects a $350,000 increase over the mayor's budget for the purpose of increasing the FY 26 City of Greenfield Schools operating budget allocation to $24,047,000, $47,549 as recommended by the school committee resolution on May 13th, 2025.
Point of order on the amendment. We typically do this department by department, right? So I feel like we're not there yet. I don't know, that's,
I think it's the full number, and I talked to Clerk Scott about where the best place for the amendment, and felt like at the beginning, so that you know what the number is, and then you
then
can
we'll go through
by-
discussion?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Counselor Healy?
Yeah, so just a little background on why I agreed to do this. Because as most of you know, I'm probably one of the most conservative members on this council, all right? This was a tough one, but I also have 4 kids in the Greenfield public school system. One of them did start school during COVID in kindergarten. I heard all this stuff about reading, so I wanted to touch on this. My son had Jen Marsh on every day working with him to get his reading scores up because his math suffered. He's now doing great at math and reading, right? The schools did a great job rebounding from that issue. I think when you look at this, do I disagree with the mayor? No. Do I disagree with the schools? A little, but I think it needs to be thought out in a well-planned manner before we start defunding the schools. The school needs to look at transportation. I've said it 2 years ago when I voted on this, and I was very hesitant when I did it then, that transportation was a big issue. we're running a transportation department that is failing. We're busing students in other districts, has a business unit that we don't even have the business running. So the school committee has a lot of work, and my vote for this is placing a lot of faith that there's gonna be some collaboration between the school department, the school committee, the mayor's office, and the council to find ways to make our budget more feasible for future expenses, because I will say, we can't sustain this in the long run. It's unsustainable. With that being said, you know, I know a lot of the other counselors here did a lot of the legwork. I listened to them. They have the statistics. I really just want to say, let's get over this hump. Let's meet the compromise that they asked for. Let's look at it next year. And I swear to everybody here, I might not be in this chair next year by choice, but I will be in that chair if we don't see results in the school department and the school committee to get their budget in line. I will be in there vocalizing how I supported this and how I haven't seen changes, and we need changes. Thank you.
Counselor Bonaway?
The problem throughout this entire budget process is that it's really hard to assess the truth of the school budget because of all the manipulations, the lack of detailed numbers, unclear financial policies, and lack of meaningful oversight from the school committee. I'm not going to rehash the Ways and Means Committee budget meeting because we covered a lot and a lot of statistics, and it took hours to review this stuff, days to review this. But I want to highlight one thing. The school revolving accounts currently have well over 5 million. That's an extraordinary amount. The history and the spending pattern of those accounts over the past 3 years show that they will continue to retain a large surplus. I believe they have enough money to cover their expenses. How they spend it is up to the superintendent. It's not up to the city council. I know every single person in this room values education, and I'm proud to live in this community that supports education. We've seen that over and over again. But we deserve better from those tasked with creating and reviewing the budget for our schools. Transparency and good management are critical. They're absolutely critical if our schools are going to get the funding they need, because this is a very difficult moment. If this motion is approved, I actually do believe this will be a slap in the face to all the city departments and department heads that have scrutinized their budgets to live within the means we have in this very abnormally challenging year. So I will be voting no on this motion.
Counselor Toronto?
It's never fun. I've been in this seat for 4 years now, and every year this is a little bit of a problem. A couple years ago, we were able to find some creative solutions and dig some money out of some other funds that weren't being utilized at the time and put them towards the school. What I've learned is that those funds actually never really ended up being needed, and then they ended up staying in the revolving fund of the schools. So it didn't come back to the general fund, which is a little disheartening. So we essentially already made this decision 2 years ago. So the money's already there, so just use it now, because we already gave it to you from different accounts. I think it's fiscally imprudent to raise our taxes, to raise towards the levy limit any closer when there are other funds available. The other $350,000 is available in revolving accounts and could be used. And I understand the argument that the schools don't want to deplete all their extra funding, but I think the schools should deplete all their extra funding before they take from the city's funding, extra funding, because the city has the responsibility of running all of the departments, not just the schools. And I hate that the narrative gets spun with these kind of things about like whether you're in support of the schools or you're not, because I think it's a really, really crappy tactic to use. And I grew up here. I might be the only person sitting at this loop, I'm not sure, that bled green and white my whole time here. My kids go here. So if anybody wants to challenge my feeling about the school department, Tara was my 7th grade Spanish teacher. all right? Like, her first year, all right? So, like, I love the school system that's here. I want, my kids go to the same school I went to. It's phenomenal to go in there and see the activities and the changes. But what's also disheartening to hear is there's so much work being done by the people who are there, and then yet it seems like there might just be some, lack of a better term, some mismanagement of how we're utilizing our money. And we've talked about this before, about being an administratively top-heavy system in comparison to a lot of other systems. And we've got the data for that. We've all seen this. Whether or not the people who are actually doing it agree, that's all right. They don't have to. But I will say it's really, it's warming to have the person doing it, and then a little bit disheartening at the same time that the principal at Four Corners, who just started this year, has to spend, and I love that she does it, but it's unfortunate that she does. She spends part of her day being a reading interventionist at the school. That makes no sense. I just think it needs to be looked at better, and I appreciate Dave Moscatello's comments earlier about perhaps we do need an audit. Perhaps we do need, if we're not going to be able to have a full transparency on how the money is spent, then force it. We've gotten some things, we've gotten stonewalled on some things. It would be real nice. I would love the collaboration that Councilor Healy is talking about for the future, even though I won't be in this seat after the end of the year anyway. But it would be real nice because it would make it better for the students to see, the teachers to see, the administrators to see, the taxpayers of the city, everyone to be able to see as clearly as they can every other budget. And this one just has, it's unfortunate that it has a history of just being veiled for us to really get a clear picture of exactly where our taxpayers are going, or our taxpayer money is going when it does come to the schools. And so I'm going to vote no on this as well, because I don't think we need to put any further burden on the rest of the citizens or get closer to our levy limit, since we already have money sitting in an account that could be used to pay that rest of the $350. I appreciate the work to try to lower that number, but I still don't think it's necessary. And if it as Susan Morgaftic said earlier, if it does come to a point where we need it and we have to do a supplemental budget, I think that's a lot more prudent way to do it than to put the money up front, it not to be spent, and then it's going to go back into a revolving account. So that I will be saying no to this amendment as well.
Councilor Perry?
My mother was a teacher. My daughter went to Greenfield High School. I have 2 grandkids in the Greenfield school system. I even substituted for a year in 2006 when I was between jobs. So, I've seen it, I know it. I'm new here, and I've been here for, less than 2 years. But I think if we went back to the minutes of previous years, and we went back and got the GCTV video and the Zoom videos, this conversation has happened over and over and over and over again. Some of the previous colleagues warned about this 4 or 5 years ago, and here we are having the same conversation again. It's a heavy ask. It's a heavy ask given the history of the past budget debates. The question I ask is, will we be right back here next year having the same conversation? No matter what guarantees are made, no matter what pledges are made. It was inferred that there would be certain concessions requested in exchange for $350,000 if I made a good faith vote, which leaves me in a very compromised and conflicted position, not knowing if those assurances will be honored down the road, especially given past practices and failures. Who am I supposed to believe? Who am I supposed to trust? Fool me once, the joke's on me. How often are we going to keep doing the same thing over and over again? Whatever happens tonight, I ask that the school and the city begin working collaboratively together now on the next year's budget. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Why would I have any feelings that would happen, given what has happened in the past, given what has even happened this year? I sought to complete this seat, hoping to bring change and make a difference as an independent member, listening to all the sides, taking in all considerations, and making a determination based on what's best for the city, and not based on political favor or payback. The politics drives me crazy. People keep saying about cuts, cuts, cuts. There was a cut 2 years ago, and Councilor Disorder went back and got the money to save that cut. And then the previous mayor who made that cut has the gall to sit there and say, give him the money. Well, where were you 2 years ago, Mayor? That politics drives me crazy. And I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this. I know Andrew's gonna put this quote in, and I'm getting quoted right this time, Mike, not from the last time when I was misquoted. But, you know, what are we doing? I had to write this down because I knew I'd never remember any of this stuff. I had no experience when I was appointed to the Ways and Means Committee, and I relied on the expertise of others to help guide me. Thank you, Ways and Means, who helped me through. And it was a tough budget season. It was frustrating. We had to walk through the blood on the floor to get into the city hall and listen to the department heads. They didn't cry, but they wanted to tell us what they wanted and what they weren't getting and what they were giving up. Department heads who run the city for us, and they're making the sacrifices over and over and over again. And they get, how many times do we hear the ridicule? They don't need a fire department. They don't need a fire, new building. They don't need a new fire engine. The cops, they can ride a bike. They don't need cars. All the stuff that demeans the work. What are we supposed to cut? Can we get rid of the recreation department? Do away with all the parks? That would save us $275,000. Why not do that? The works of the Ways and Means Committee appears to be irrelevant now. If we vote this in, all the work we did for the last 4 months doesn't mean anything because, don't listen to us. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about how folks can't afford to live here and how we need to find ways to make living here more affordable. We gotta make cuts, we gotta find to save some money, let people live here. And now we're talking about increasing taxes. Does that make any sense? That we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, let's not do this, and now we're saying, let's do this? I don't get it. So here we are back at the same place we seem to find ourselves every year. Does anything ever change? I like the suggestions that Susan made. I like the suggestions that Molly made. Those are good things. Yes, if you need the money during the year, come back and tell us and we'll see what we can do. But when are we going to leave the politics at the door and govern from a place that services everyone in the city for the greater good? That's what we're here for, everybody. These special wants and these special needs insults all of us because we're all in it together. We're all going to sink together. We're all going to swim together. It's up to us to decide who's going to swim the fastest, who's going to swim first. Do we think that undercutting others is the best way to govern? Do we vote a certain way because we're afraid of the repercussions if we make a difficult vote? Do we vote out of vengeance or revenge? The politics of the city that we've seen over and over and over again. Is it unreasonable for us to support the mayor in her best recent attempts to guide the city and break the culture of the past? Why is the mayor being criticized for doing her job? A tough job. And yet the politics over and over again, just slam her for doing her job. This will be the most consequential vote for me as a counselor. The council, as it is constituted next year at this time, will find themselves right back here, doing the same thing over and over again, no matter which way tonight's vote goes or how the vote goes in November. And that if you people have a problem, change the council, change the school committee. Put new faces in there who might approach it different and change the culture that we've been watching over and over and over again. So I ask my fellow counselors to be sure that you're making the right vote for the right reason. Forget the politics, forget about what people have been telling you, forget about all the stuff. Vote your conscience, vote your heart, vote for the city. Thanks.
Councilor Minhas.
This is an insane amount of thinking that I've put into this in the last like week or so. I could barely sleep last night because I was anticipating what happened in public comment. I don't like the fact that this is being presented as anyone who's critical of the way the schools are spending their budget is anti-schools. That's not true. I've been to the schools. A few of the people who were in public comment were my educators. And what makes it difficult for me is that I don't want them to think that I'm against the schools. I don't want the schools to not get enough money. What I've been grappling with is we're being told over and over that, hey, if we allot the schools this funding, in the next fiscal cycle, the schools will be more cooperative. I have over and over again, if there's anything that I've like badgered down on every single damn time, is I don't like the way that the school system is spending so much money on administrators rather than teachers. I've said that a million times. And that's fallen on deaf ears. The school committee, the school system thinks that's like a joke, that's stupid, that's insignificant. And for me to believe that now, all of a sudden, that they want our votes, that they're going to change that, it's very hard for me to believe. But also at the same time, I don't want the schools to be in a position where they won't have the funds to operate. Because I think the teachers are doing a great job, the actual schools are doing a great job. I don't think the administration is at all. And I wish I had written something down, but I tried to last night and I couldn't, because I was like, I don't know how exactly I will vote on this, what I will say. I wanted to hear everyone's point of view, but like Councilor Perry was saying, this needs to change. We can't continue every fiscal cycle just promising things for the next one. And for me, if I'm being honest, it's not even about fiscal responsibility and all of those things. And it's within the school budget, I don't like how the money is being distributed. And I understand some people might say that's not our role, we don't have any say in that, but I will continue to keep saying that we need to stop spending so much money on these useless positions while our performance is going down, while our enrollment is declining, and while our teachers are struggling. I see the school committee, I see the school administration kind of using the teachers and our educators as like these like human shields and being like, okay, these are the people we need the funding for. And I'm like, yeah, but then you have like assistance upon assistance upon assistance for what? I don't see the advocacy for increasing teacher pay. And if it was about that, I'd be 110% down. So that's what I'm grappling with. And also another thing, if the mayor goes back on her word, she has explicitly told us if there is an emergency, if there are services that the schools cannot provide, she will ensure that they are met. We are not going to let her go back on that. That's absolutely not possible. She's going to have a hell of a hard time continuing if she does that. So those are my thoughts. I'm not sure if I was just rambling, but thank you.
Counselor Bullock and then Counselor Mastrotoro.
Okay. There's a few things. One, I'm wondering on the council, if you met with the superintendent or the business manager and sat down one-on-one with them or two-on-one in the last 3 months, can you raise your hand? You had a direct conversation about the budget with any of the administrators from Greenfield Public Schools. One-on-one conversation. Okay, thanks, that's helpful. I think that I want to share why I asked that question. And why I asked that question is because a few months ago, you might remember that I brought some pretty hard financial questions to the council, that I was told by city employees that we were going to have a budget shortfall this year. And those questions weren't really met with open arms and like, let's all be transparent and talk about these. Those questions were really met with anger. And it was pretty frustrating for me because I was, at that point in time, it was October, and I was trying to figure out what are we going to see for a budget picture when we get to March, April, May. And this hasn't been so clear for me as like there's a lack of transparency and there's like the vibe, no one's explicitly said this, but there's this like real undercurrent narrative that like there's some shady dwellings going on with the Greenfield Public School budget. And as someone who has sat down, I have taken up many hours of Karen Patnout's time. She did not know me before this, and thank you for letting me take up many hours of your time. And talked me through the 150 questions I've sent her since March. And also I've sat down with Ginny, and she has talked me through and gone line by line and showed me things. My understanding is that there's truth on both sides of this. And even those of you that I don't agree with, I agree with that I maybe don't agree with your vote or what you're going to vote tonight. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. The way that I see this and what I've been told is that we currently have $5.3 million in revolving accounts. The unpaid expenses for FY25 are $1.2 million. Additionally, the school plans to use $2.2 million that they'd already budgeted in. They going to pull, Karen told me this last week when I met with her again, when she had 30 minutes between the ad hoc building, whatever they're calling it, building redistricting consolidation, whatever it is now, ad hoc committee meeting. And I'm assuming it was her lunchtime. She's going to pull an extra $765,000 out of the revolving funds that will leave us with about $1 million in reserves. There is a best guidance from the state that we do not spend down revolving accounts to zero. And the business administrator, the business manager did go over what types of things crop up throughout the year. And I was also shown what positions we are not funding next year in terms of administration. So this idea that like these things have fallen on deaf ears like isn't true. You just have to ask the person directly and get the answer. The way that I view this is that actually I think that we have a public school department that has been fiscally prudent over the last 5 years with ESSER funds, rather than create unfunded mandates by spending those ESSER funds in ways that we then couldn't fund, they didn't spend them on reoccurring expenses. So they were able to hold them over time. If you go back and you look at 17, 18, 19, those revolving accounts were much lower. And if you look at, and this is where we might not agree, but I can I can really understand as a person in a leadership position why Karen is choosing to do what she does. She's saying, this is my budget number, because she's already entered into contracts with people for next year. Our teachers have already gone through choosing what schools they were going to move to when we were consolidating the buildings differently. Teachers made plans and gave up concessions based on, like, they have one kid in this school, and if they went to that school, they wouldn't be able to pick their other kid up on time. And so these administrators, who many of I know by name and do not do nothing, like, we have to stop talking about public employees in this way. They're employees of our city, and they work every single day. Whether we think the ratio of them is correct or not, like, we should not be sitting on this floor and saying that people aren't doing their jobs unless we have a real founded claim, and we have done everything to bring that claim to the head of the city, the mayor, and it has not been addressed. Okay, the last thing I'm going to say is that I agree that things do need to change. I won't be here next year, and that means that this vote for me is either I believe the mayor or I believe the school department. And what I believe is actually the numbers that I have been shown. And when the school tells me this is what they're going to spend down, and I said this to Ginny on Monday, I don't know what to do when I'm told one thing and another person tells me another thing. All I can do is look at the numbers. So I am absolutely voting yes on this. I've looked at the numbers in depth for too many hours since March, and alongside this, I really encourage the school committee, the school department, the mayor's office, the city council to take a planful and intentional look at a 3-year projection. I don't think that that's the job of the school department. It is the job of the city to look at that do that long-range planning. Whatever the school department is only getting what trickles down to them or what they can get back in repayments from the state. And so they rely on the city budget to fund them. So there's this collaboration process, whether it's like another committee that gets formed, I will sit on it for the next 6 months of my term. I will do that work for the next 6 months. There needs to be some way that we're all intentionally working together. I also agree that we need to implement additional oversight that supports budgeting in the upcoming years. And I think this means the ad hoc committee that's looking at building closures and consolidation, I think that needs to be representative of the multiple arms of government in this city. I think we need to transition to an in-house employee-based business manager, not one that is on a consulting basis. We have the school department has tried to do that. We have scared off multiple business managers with the things that have been said on council floor and school committee floor. People have withdrawn applications after they have watched meetings that have taken place. And the last is that I think we need to outline policies more clearly that reallocate funds and review reallocations at set touch points throughout the year. So every quarter, there is a review of revolving funds, that goes to the school committee, that report gets brought to city council, that this ad hoc committee or whatever it is able to look at the budget throughout the year, because the next 3 years are going to be very difficult for us. That's all I can say at 10 o'clock at night, to be honest. But I will be voting in support of this.
Councilor Messer-Totaro.
Thanks. I've lived in Greenfield for a very long time. I have 3 adult children, all of whom went to Greenfield Public Schools, my youngest of which was the overachiever, and because of the education he received at Greenfield Public Schools, he did 5 years at university for practically nothing, with all the scholarship he walked out of that high school with. that were awarded to him. I don't want to use the term false narrative, but line items seem to roll over year after year after year. The funds don't seem to be used, and I believe the money's there, and I also believe what Mary Ann had to say, that we definitely need an in-house finance director. But there is, the school has more available funds than the city has in the stabilization fund. More. Things need to be fixed. I think we need to take a look at the firm that does the finances for the schools, and until that happens, I'm going to vote no tonight.
All right. I'm going to see if I can do this at all coherently. I haven't been on council all that long. I have been in Greenfield for 10 years, which is a tiny amount of time compared to a lot of people. And still, having come to a lot of city council meetings in those 10 years, I've never heard any other department head questioned and doubted and undermined the way that I have heard our school superintendents questioned in these meetings. There are department heads who come in and say, we need X amount of dollars for this, and who as a private citizen, I may have thought, I'm sure you do not. But I actually didn't know, right? And I've never heard the council sit here and say to any other department head repeatedly, you are wrong about what you say you need. The council might say, we can't do that right now. We're sorry. There are things we can't fund. We have a lot of constraints. Obviously, that is very real. But I do find it really frustrating the way that the superintendent and other folks advocating for the schools are regularly dismissed when they are advocating for the things that they, as professionals with much more experience than any of us in that area, have looked at it closely and said that they needed. So I agree with Councilor Bullock. The way that we talk about this just has to change. I don't want the superintendent questioned that way. I wouldn't want any department head questioned that way. We can have substantive disagreements, but to sit here and say, I know better than you do how to run your department, I think is really insulting. All that said, I share a lot of the frustration that others are voicing here. I get it. None of us wants to see the schools underfunded. I think that's also a really key point. I wouldn't accuse anyone on any side of this of not caring about the schools. None of us wants to keep having this conversation. I would respectfully challenge the idea that, what we're talking about now means that the work of Ways and Means over these past few months doesn't matter. I think it's mattered very much. I'm very, very grateful for it. I know I've watched the meetings, the recordings, and I know how much work goes in behind the scenes before and after those meetings. And I think that it's what's gotten us to a place where we can have a real conversation about this that we need to have. And I really appreciate the work that the mayor has done and every city department. This is, as the mayor said, this is just it's really difficult stuff. A lot of hard decisions have been made by everyone, and everyone's put a ton of time into it. And there are just so many ways, it's so striking to me that there's so many ways that this whole thing could be different, right? We're just set up for failure. and frustration year after year. And that is the fault of absolutely no one here. It's the way that our state structures school funding. It's the way that our whole country does it. I come from Illinois. Illinois does not have school budgets go through city budgets, and so they just don't have this problem where every year the city has to have a fight about what department is going to get less funding so that the schools can get more funding, or vice versa. The Chapter 70 formula needs to change. We have a profit-driven healthcare system that is hiking our insurance rates, that is totally killing us. The way that rural school funding is funded by appropriation at the state level every year makes it really hard for us to plan ahead. There are just so many reasons why we need really big structural things to be really different in ways that would actually make it entirely possible that we wouldn't have to do this anymore. And I can't help but think that there's some people somewhere behind a curtain that are, kind of loving watching us have these fights over scraps of funding every year, right? Because it keeps us focused on each other and not organizing to actually create the bigger structural change that we need. So I'm going to vote yes on this. I'll cut to the chase. I don't think that we're giving the schools a free pass if we put in a little more money for them to be able to meet level service needs. I do think that there's more of a need for oversight and transparency. I very much look forward to there being more conversations and more collaboration between the schools and the school committee and the city council and the mayor's office on that. I think it's just really irresponsible for us to ask the schools to completely drain their reserves, particularly in this year when we're very likely facing, federal cuts. I said similar things about in the zoning meeting last week, right? There are very likely federal cuts coming down the line that are going to do tremendous harm in our communities in ways that we can anticipate and also that we can't. We need the schools to have some reserves so that they can face whatever is coming, even if it's not direct education funding, right? If Medicaid gets cut, that's a lot of, health issues that are going to affect our students and families and teachers and school staff. If SNAP and EBT get cut, kids aren't going to be able to have enough food at home. That's going to affect the way that things happen in schools. So I think that we, need to give the schools something so that we can demonstrate good faith, and they will have an opportunity to demonstrate to us that they hear our concerns and can do some things differently. And that's where I think is the best place for us to land right now, so that, we're not in an even worse situation next year or even earlier than that. Thanks. So I don't know if I'll be coherent or as eloquent, but I first came to this room 2 years ago when it was the cuts on schools. I have 2 kids who, one is out of the school system and thriving in a great school, and the other is in the school system, and her Spanish teacher is back there. And absolutely. And I keep thinking, and when you talked about it being, for me, it's not about politics and gotcha or who's on top. I really appreciate the work the mayor has done to call to light the challenges that we have. And I really appreciate that the schools have said, okay, we're going to put $4 million in over this year and next year out of our accounts. That's going to leave us down at $1 million. So I feel like they've heard us, and that's really important. And I've talked to some of the school committee who have also said, we want to do more transparency. We want to make sure we're looking at what money is moving between accounts, because that's really important too, because we are voting every time something moves in accounts here on city council, and the same is not happening on the school committee. So why is that? And yes, they'll say it's their rules. Those rules need to change. And maybe that happened because of COVID year and there was extra ESSER money, but it's really important those rules change. And I appreciate the counselors who've said, we need to work on this, like, you know, whether it's Friday of this week, of what's the follow-up? How do we have a relationship with the school committee that starts this a lot earlier? But I think the thing that I can't sit with is if we vote down this amendment and go with what we're going, we're cutting the schools by $254. And we're sending a signal to this community that schools don't matter. And I know that's not what you all are saying, but that's what people are gonna hear. And schools are what draws people to our community. It's what families make a choice of where they're gonna move and where they're gonna live. It's something that I considered when I moved to Greenfield, and we were like, well, the schools aren't great, but I can afford Greenfield. And we don't want people to feel like they've made the bad choice, because I've seen time and time again how well our schools are doing by our children. And yes, they could do more. They could always be doing more. But our schools are creating our future workforce, our future community leaders. You know, I see the young people who are serving on some of our commissions, they're coming through our schools. And, you know, there's other people who said that our budget is our values. And so if we're taking away $250 over the last year, I worry about what that says about our values. So I'm gonna be supporting this, and not because I don't think there aren't things that need to change, because there are things that need to change. But I don't want to undercut our schools. Counselor Brown?
Thank you, everyone who's spoken, and the public comment was really sweet to hear. It's rare that you find people in a community who are asking you to raise the levy limit or use more excess levy capacity, and I feel like that just speaks to how much people really support school funding, and that's heartening to hear. So I've been on Ways and Means, and I feel like I've been deep in the weeds of this budget and have learned a lot. And I appreciate that the superintendent has made time to educate me on this. And I understand the challenges that this has been a conservative budget, and that finding cuts has been really hard. And it's funny that I'm in this position now advocating for schools, because I hated going to school. So I don't know. But I feel like funding schools makes it better. Like, these are the things that make it, like, fine to be there, nice to be there, like, okay. So hey. And also, yeah, I don't want this to be like a moral argument, a moral high ground of like who's supporting students, and I get it's not like that. Like, I do feel like we're down here fighting over scraps, and we need to have a unified movement advocating for state funding, education reform. And I was just looking up the Senate budget today about some things that seem hopeful, and other things that, like the whole child grant program didn't make it. But anyway, so that I feel like is the larger goal that we need to stay unified around, and that the order of magnitude of funding that we actually need is closer to millions of more investment, rather than like 350,000 more or not. It's like 6 million more. Like, we could really, like, that's the level of investment that we could be, that would be help schools thrive. And yeah, we have challenges, of course, like we're not a rural school, we're not a gateway city, so we need to figure out how to do that better. And also, I just wanted to speak to some people's concerns about the levy capacity. I've been looking at spreadsheets and learning, so yeah, just in 2024, we were within 0.18% of our levy limit, or $73,000 away. So what we're doing, this school resolution would put us $332,000 away, 0.71%, and that is normal, like I referenced before. to be budgeting within 1%. And also, the levy limit is based on the previous year's levy times 2.5% plus new growth. So you either use that levy capacity or you use it or lose it. Like, it's like we have it, and then we're gonna have that again next year. What we budget, we have the levy limit, and it's not based on like what we actually budgeted to, it's based on the levy limit. So we can use this now, or we cannot. And if people are asking us to use it to fund schools, then we should do what people want. And that is sustainable because we get this every year for 2.5%. And also, it's not using capital stabilization for operating costs. It's not doing something that would put our reserve at risk. Also, I know, sorry if I'm going on too long, but like the schools don't have ESSER funds anymore from COVID. So that's a really significant change. I know that's different than previously. And just, I think it's almost interesting, like we invest now in schools or we pay later as a society. Like, it's almost interesting that we're talking about the opioid ordinance on the same night as this. It's like we invest now, or like we invest in social services, incarceration, supports later on in life, that if we're not serving students well, and also recognizing that this is a manufactured crisis, not by people here in this town. So, of course, there's no blame, but I do feel like $517,000 is the amount they need for level of service, and us compromising by doing an additional $350,000 is a step towards that collaboration and that cooperation that we want to see. And I also really like the idea of of Councillor Bullock, of a follow-up committee that could help work on this and possibly have some school committee members. I know people don't want more meetings, but again, it just shows how much people care and want to do better. So I'll be voting in support, if you can't tell.
Councillor Garrett?
At the risk of 10:15 or 10:10 incoherence, I just wanted to just kind of speak on the subject, the politics of scarcity. And so we're in this situation because of Proposition 2.5 and the fact that our schools are paid for by local property taxes. So it's effectively a regressive tax, which means, in kind of layman's terms, it hurts the people that have the least. And so one of the things I really appreciate about the mayor and members of the school committee who have raised concerns about how much we're spending is they're concerned about people that don't necessarily have a choice on their income, folks on fixed income and the like. And so, Councilor Gordon mentioned somebody laughing behind a curtain as we fight amongst ourselves for scraps, and that resonated. And there are individual people that I could name in Washington, D.C. that you could talk about, and I won't. I do want to talk about, though, what we do for next year. I think everyone at this table, at the bench, has made up their mind about how they're going to vote on this amendment. And, I'm a public school teacher. I have sat in the chairs waiting and listening as people figure out what they're going to do about a school with declining enrollment, with administration that is expensive. And in the district I work in, they had to pass a 2.5 override now. Was it last year? I think it was only last year. My God. And the way they went about it is they had two meetings. They had the finance board, the town, what do they call it in a town? Select board? Select board and the school committee had two joint meetings. One in which they explained, did a presentation on why they needed an override to pay for the school operating budget and listened to questions. They did it effectively as a public forum. And people asked hard questions. When I was a kid, there was 40 kids in the graduating class. This year's class is going to be 18. I work in Hatfield, which is the smallest public school district in the state. Those are real questions. Those are important questions. And there's declining enrollment in virtually every school, including our cities, because people are having fewer kids, because they're pinched. And this next couple of years is going to be tough. There's again, not to be too dire, but there is a storm coming, and it's a financial one, and we don't know the form it's going to take, and hopefully that's not true. But regardless, the business as usual, we literally, this isn't metaphorical, can't afford. And so we're going to need to, as the mayor has said, and as Member Sexton was mentioning earlier of the school committee, we have to find new ways to work together. And it starts now. It's not tomorrow after we pass the budget up or down on this amendment. this conversation is part of how we do this differently in the future. So I'm choosing to be optimistic. I'm choosing to be hopeful about change in, for lack of a better phrase, the culture around school budgets in this city. And I'm hopeful that when we all, walk out of this room tonight, we're able to, first of all, pass a budget because we have to be done at 11, and know that we're moving in a direction that we're all talking to each other, and most importantly, spending the time to answer every single question for as long as it takes. And that's going to make the biggest difference in the world. When people know the answers to the questions they have, there won't be this kind of moment where we're sitting here having these kind of conversations. So I don't want to take any more time, but.
The last counselor who hasn't spoken.
It's my turn. My Fitbit has buzzed several times saying that my heart is beating very fast. And I always said I would never be a politician, or at least a good one, because I don't speak in subtleties, and I don't know what, I don't speak in subtleties, and I say what I think, and I think that I may be about to say some things that might make some people upset, and that's making my heart pound. So, and it's past my normal bedtime. And I've been hoping that colleagues would share some of the points that I had so I could take them off my list, but actually more points have come up. And so I'm not going to try to say all of them. I'm going to try to say a couple of them. So first I want to agree with some of the points that my colleagues who will be voting no on this have stated. I agree that the schools need to have more clarity in how they present their numbers. And do I agree that the school committee needs to have more oversight? I do believe that. And do I understand the health insurance costs that have made it impossible to give the schools everything they want? Yeah, I do. And I will say it. Do I believe that the schools need a new full-time business manager who's a full-time employee of the schools? I absolutely do. And I will say that here now. And we have this really hard job as counselors constantly. We have to just vote yes or no on these really complex issues. And that's not easy. And so we have to choose what we will prioritize and make imperfect choices. And for me, as I've weighed all the variables, and I've had multiple conversations with the superintendent, multiple conversations with school committee members, with the mayor's staff, and I've weighed all the variables, I do land on what I can sleep with is voting yes. And one of the reasons why I'm voting yes on this is because I believe that well-paid educators are a necessary ingredient for good education, and that a good education is a necessary ingredient for a healthy, thriving future for our community. And I remember this is a different conversation. This is a significantly different conversation on many levels than the one we had 2 years ago. But one factor that is very different is that 2 years ago, when we went into this conversation, the paras and the teachers had been coming to us for months advocating for their contract. And they settled the contract just a couple of weeks before we got the mayor's budget. And so we knew that in order to pay for the increases in the budget, we had to fund the schools. Now, the teachers and the paras are negotiating their contracts. And I do not want to be in a place where a couple of months from now, they come to us and say, we don't have enough money for the cost of living increases that we need. What did you do a couple of months ago to fund our contracts? I want to be able to tell them I did everything that I possibly could, and I will fight. If I need to, I will go to bat for the teachers and the paras. Like, y'all, everyone in this room better, you know that to be true, I think. And I have a lot of notes, so thank you for pausing with me. And that we cannot have a thriving future for Greenfield without good education, and we can't have good education without well-paid teachers and paras. And as school committee member Sexton said, yeah, The enrollment has declined, but we cannot resign ourselves to that. We can't, so we're just gonna keep dwindling. We can't resign ourselves to that. And we have to have a vision. The front page of this budget book talks all about collaboration. If we're gonna have a thriving future, we need to actually be collaborating. We need to be creative, and we need to think creatively about the future and not resign ourselves to the present. And I want to say that the mayor is not a monster. The problems at the root of this situation are an economic system that requires debt to have growth, and the fact that we have debt, all this debt, to have the things that we have, and a healthcare system that is doing this to us right now, a school funding formula that doesn't work, and the dismantling of the Department of Education. So I've never had that happen. I'm almost done. I'm going to finish. That's not always happened to my colleagues.
No, I think that was an accident.
Oh, it was an accident? All right, well, I appreciate you. I've asked for everybody to be timed, so I'm almost done. I'm almost done. What I'm going to say is I do have a hard time trusting now. I fought with the mayor for the school budget, and during the election process, I said, I know Ginny will fight for the schools. And so my heart has hurt during this situation, and I don't quite trust that a supplemental budget would come forward. And it is a question of trust, and I am choosing to take the schools at their word that they will spend down the reserves. I don't know that $1.2 million is a healthy amount to have in reserves, but I'm trusting that they're going to follow through on their word. And so weighing all of these many factors, I am hoping so much that we will pass this tonight and send a message to Greenfield that we care for our students and our schools. Thank you for listening to that long service announcement.
I think we're ready to vote. And just as a reminder, this needs a 2/3.
Counselor Golub,
Yes.
Counselor Gordon,
Yes.
Counselor Master Tutaro,
A no.
Counselor Bottomley,
No.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Pass.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Vice President Garrett,
Yes.
Counselor Minhas,
No.
Counselor Toronzo,
No.
Counselor Perry.
No.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, and yes.
The motion fails for lack of a 2/3 majority.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion, and that is you, Counselor Toronzo.
All right, so if it's all cool with you guys, we usually have done this to try to streamline it, saying the full amount for a department. And then if there's any discussion on it, we can take it out of salaries and wages and then in expenses. Otherwise, just do it as the full number for each department and then move to the next. Is that? All right. So city council total is $101,087. Okay. The executive mayor's office is $218,822.60. All right. Chief of staff, $72,750. Economic Development, $174,774. Accounting, $451,924. Audit, $60,000. Assessors, $247,287. Treasurer Collector, $234,881. Tax Title, $60,000. Operation Support, Legal Labor is $95,000. Legal City is $150,000. Human Resources, $283,092. Technology, $672,600. Licensing and Registration, City Clerk, $205,893. Elections, $41,500. Board of Registrars, $22,500. Licensing Commission, $52,848. Land Use and Development, Conservation Commission, $500.
I don't know.
No?
Okay, we can do it.
All right. Planning Board, $500. Zoning Board, $500. Planning Department, $131,340. Other General Government, Central Services, $300,400. Central Maintenance, $800,877. Energy, $1,040,656. All right, Public Safety. Police, $4,020,245. Parking, $124,600. Dispatch, $746,408. Fire, $3,293,506. Building inspections, $272,700. Weights and measures, $23,000. FERCog inspection program, $101,400. Animal inspections, $3,000. Emergency management, $23,100. Animal control, $33,901. Education assessments, $1,446,660. Greenfield Public Schools, $23,697,549. Public Works, DPW operating, $2,676,522. DPW snow and ice removal, $217,800. DPW street cleaning, $42,000. DPW trash disposal, $444,000. DPW cemetery, $8,000. Health inspection services, $312,090. Council on Aging, $177,223. Veteran Services, $586,584.41. It's very specific. Human Rights Commission, $500. Commission on Disability Access, $500. Domestic Violence Task Force, $500. Culture and Recreation. Library, $883,586. Recreation Department, $284,848. Historical Commission, $500. Debt Service, long-term debt principal, $2,026,100. Long-term debt interest, $1,500,000. Short-term debt, we don't have any. Cool. It looks like. Is that lined up wrong? All right, that's right. Miscellaneous, FERCog assessment, $92,000. Contributory retirement, $6,942,559. Workers' compensation insurance, $350,000. Unemployment insurance, $90,000. Employees' health insurance, $10,652,707. Employees' life insurance, $10,652,707. Medicare city match, $530,000. Liability insurance, $732,450. For a total operating budget of $67,925,100.
There is a part of me that's like, could we just find $254 for the schools? But I'll get over it, just so they can be the same as last year. I'm like, which page is that on? Do I do a motion? It has been suggested that we would accept a motion to take $254 out of city elections. Expenses.
So moved.
Second.
Who? Gordon? Bullock? That needs to be voted.
Can we move for a vote?
Find the new numbers for those.
If there can be discussion.
Is there any discussion?
Do I have to read the adjusted numbers for both of those departments?
That would be a good idea.
Where did you say it was coming from?
The elections budget expenses, the request is for $14,500, and you're
Moving it
with
to
this expense line. And the reduction is.
46.
How much? 200, what is it?
254.
$354?
254.
$254.
So $41,246.
We need the expense line.
Yep.
So it would be 14,000.
254.
264?
No, wait, we're taking 254, is that what we're moving?
Taking 254.
All right, so it'd be 14,246.
246, okay?
And the
So just to clarify, the motion is to reduce the city elections expense budget from $14,500 by $254 for a total expense budget of $14,246, which would also affect the bottom line, but I don't have that number.
The bottom line would change to $41,246.
And then the school budget would be
We need to
23
do one at a
million.
time.
Oh, sorry. Counselor Perry?
Put the microphone on.
Well, I want to apologize on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee that we didn't come up with that idea. We should have thought about that, and that's why I apologize. And thank you, Councilor Healy, for thinking of doing that.
803.
We need to vote on it.
All right, well, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right.
I abstain.
Thank you
So now you need
Thank you,
to the clerk.
Now you need to add it. Yeah.
And now I need a motion
Wait,
to,
hold on.
oh, sorry.
Counselor Healy.
I have a question on accounting. I'd like, what are we spending $125,000 on for a software assessment?
For what?
Software assessment? spending $125,000 in accounting on the software expense. They got an 18% increase in salaries this year and a 3% increase in expenses. I'm a little baffled that we're spending $125,000 in a tight budget season on a software expense. Audit, maybe? Maybe the mayor can answer that? Yeah, come on up. It's a tight budget season.
Okay, so software expenses, $125,000 is for the Munis software system, which is the software system that does all our billing, it does all our collections, it does all our accounting, it does all our HR services. So that is the software system that operates the entire city.
So you spend $125,000 every year on that?
Yes. That's what I say.
It ain't cheap.
Sure.
Sure, were we good?
So I think we have to have another motion of where that $254 goes, correct?
Yes.
So moved.
Thank you. And I'm just going to read the number out loud, so it would bring the school to $23,697,803.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the operating budget? Then we can move to a vote. Let's do this as a roll call, just because.
Amended? Sorry, thank you. Counselor Golub?
Yes.
Counselor Gordon?
Yes.
Counselor Master Tataro?
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock? Yes. Counselor Perry?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Yes.
Counselor Brown?
Yes.
Vice President Garrett?
Yes.
Counselor Minhas?
Yes.
Counselor Toronto?
Yep.
Does the president wish to vote?
Yes, yes.
The motion for the operating budget passes unanimously.
Are we doing the next one, the rest of the four that follows? Is that what we said?
Keep going, keep
Yeah.
going.
Charge.
All right. Order number FY 25086, the city council upon recommendation of the mayor to appropriate 115. To appropriate the sum of $2,840,089 for the FY 26 Water Enterprise Fund. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $2,177,109 be appropriated for the FY 26 operations of the Water Enterprise, and further appropriate the sum of $662,980 to be transferred to the general fund for indirect costs for a total appropriation to the Water Enterprise Fund of $2,840,089 to be raised from water user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Majority vote required.
Second?
Unanimous positive.
Any comments, discussion? Let's move to a vote, please.
Roll call or show of hands?
We'll just do show of hands, because I don't see anybody.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we're going to go to sewer.
Order number FY 25087, the city council upon recommendation of the mayor to appropriate the sum of $3,895,664 for the FY 26 sewer enterprise fund. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $3,187,199 be appropriated for the FY 26 operations of the sewer enterprise, and further appropriate the sum of $708,465 to be transferred to the general fund for indirect costs for a total appropriation of the sewer enterprise fund $3,895,664 to be raised from sewer user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Majority vote required.
Second?
Unanimous positive.
All in favor?
Aye. Order number FY 25088, the city council upon recommendation of the mayor to appropriate the sum of $2,390,826 for the FY26 GSET Enterprise Fund, move that it be ordered that the sum of $2,225,826 be appropriated for the FY26 operations of the GSET Enterprise, and further appropriate the sum of $165,000 be transferred to the general fund for indirect costs for a total appropriation of the GSET Enterprise Fund of $2,390,826 to be raised from GSET user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Majority vote required.
Second?
Unanimous, positive.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, revolving funds.
It's order number FY25089, the City Council, upon recommendation of the mayor, to establish budgets for revolving funds pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, moves that it be ordered to authorize the revolving funds budgets in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half for the fiscal year 2026. Receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2026 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2027 unless otherwise prescribed in MGL. Majority vote required.
Second?
Unanimous. Positive.
All in favor?
Aye.
No abstentions? Okay, so now we're going to go back to the first motion, and I'm going to throw it over to Catherine for appointments.
27.
Order number fiscal year 25093. The City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council, pursuant to Charter Section 210, affirms the following appointments and reappointments by the mayor. Greenfield Local Cultural Council, Bella Lavavi, term to expire December 31st, 2028. And Sustainable Greenfield Implementation Committee, Martin Bram Moranis, term to expire December 31st, 2028. Majority vote required. This received a unanimous positive recommendation.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right, solid waste.
All right, this order number fiscal year 25083. The City Council move that it be ordered that this Greenfield City Council amends the code of the City of Greenfield by adding to Part 2, Boards, Commissions, Committees, and Other Governing Bodies, Chapter 156. Nope. Moving on. Sorry, y'all. All right, scratch that. Order number fiscal year 25084, the City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council amends the code of the City of Greenfield, Chapter 372, Solid Waste, as attached hereto as Exhibit A, and further amends the index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the City of Greenfield. Majority vote required.
Second?
This received a positive unanimous recommendation with lots of gratitude to Athena and Marlo for their hard work on this.
And I imagine.
And also to Councilor Healy for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Any discussion? I think the only change, right, is the single stream, correct?
Oh, it is, did
Okay,
you read
I'll
this?
do.
It's a, I mean, if you scroll down, it is a thorough rewrite and so well written, pages, and, like, I mean, this is a big change.
It's a beautiful law.
It is, this is like, what
Don't
did you say?
even.
What did you say? It is thorough and beautiful.
Okay, we will frame it later. All who are in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. We are now at the, let's see, charter. The never-ending back and forth with the state charter of the things that we've already put in and approved that have come back for us to reapprove. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Who should we have read this?
I'm in reading mode. I can read it to y'all. Okay.
Thank you.
Order number fiscal year 25013. The city council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Charter, section 210, council review of certain appointments, subsection C, section 3.8, temporary absence of the mayor, subsection A, section 5.3, submission of budget and budget message, section 5.6, action on the budget, subsection C, section 5.10, capital improvement program, subsection A, section 6.11, public safety commission, subsection E and H, be amended as indicated on the attached Exhibit A, and that the City Council further instructs the city clerk to submit the approved vote to the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and request said legislature to amend the city charter, majority vote required.
Second.
Counselor Brown beat you to it.
Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to amend it to have gender-neutral language on the Public Safety Commission. So on page 61, it says, family member shall mean father, mother, spouse, child, stepchild, grandchild, brother, sister, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, nephew, niece, grandparent. I'd like to strike that through and amend to say, family member shall mean parent, spouse, child, stepchild, grandchild, sibling, sibling-in-law, siblings, child, and grandparent.
So parent. Who? Gordon?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Sibling,
So parent,
sibling-in-law, so parent instead of mother, father.
Sibling.
Yep, sibling-in-law.
Sibling.
And
Yes.
siblings, child.
Sibling's child.
Correct.
Okay. So that was an amendment. We would need to vote on that.
All right, we'll need a vote on the amendment. All in, oh, sure.
I didn't know that this amendment was going to be offered, but I do appreciate it. I've actually been talking to David Mascaratolo about the Public Safety Commission makeup and wanting to get more representation, particularly from the trans and non-binary community in Greenfield, as well as everyone else in the community, because our Public Safety Commission should represent the entire community. So I do think people will be better able to see themselves in that role with this slight tweak to the language. So I appreciate Councilor Brown offering it.
All right, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
We need to vote the motion.
Okay.
As amended.
So now we're going to vote the motion as amended. All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Okay. All right. Okay, we're so close, y'all. We're at the preservation restriction agreement between the City of Greenfield and Franklin County Agricultural Society. I don't remember which committee. I think it went to EDC, so Councilor Healy.
So this is order number FY 25-091. In order pursuant to the Greenfield Community Preservation Committee's funding to the Franklin County Agricultural Society, move that it be ordered pursuant to Mass General Law, Section 184, subsection 31, 32, and 33, that the City Council approve the preservation restriction agreement between the City of Greenfield and the Franklin County Agricultural Society. So this received...
We need a second.
Second.
This received a positive unanimous vote. This is more of a formality than anything. Basically, we use CPA funds to fund the re-roof project at the fairgrounds of these buildings. So they were waiting on the historical commission to write this agreement, which we're now voting on, that says they have to preserve these structures. They can't dismantle them in the future because we use CPA funds on it. So it's a very fancy legal way of saying it, or non-legal way of saying it, but If you really want to read it, you can.
Counselor Healy, were there any downsides to doing this that ties our hands in any way?
No, we have to do it because we use public money to fund the project, CPA money to fund it, so.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, I think we can vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Counselor Toronzo, we're at utility bills.
Order number FY 25075, City Council upon recommendation of Mayor Sorger, in order to authorize the payment of a fiscal year 2023 electric utility bill in the amount of $1,787.06, right? From the fiscal year 2025 utilities budget. Move that it be ordered that the City Council authorize the payment of fiscal year 2023 electric utility bill in the amount of $1,787.06 from the fiscal year 2025 utilities budget. Majority vote required.
Second?
We didn't have a meeting to talk about this one. This just went straight through. It's kind of straightforward, I think.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, abstain? Okay. Okay, presentation of petitions and similar papers. Report of committees. I just have a very short, just wanted to let everybody know that we've appointed Robin Green to the unhoused ad hoc committee, so that is just a update that goes in new business or committees, I don't know where, but there it is. Unfinished business, none. Old business. Oh, and then to new business, first reading. Back to Councilor Toronzo.
FY 2026 Community Preservation Budget, appropriate $276,000 for the FY 2026 operations of the Community Preservation Committee. Appropriate $7,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Greenfield Public Library for the local history room collection. Appropriate $8,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Greenfield Housing Authority for Conway Street additional units. Appropriate $15,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Pioneer Valley Habitat for Humanity for the Birch Street project. Appropriate $15,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Greenfield Housing Authority for the Security Deposit and Rental Assistance Fund. Appropriate $17,178 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Franklin County Agricultural Society for Phase 2 preservation of Greenfield's agricultural history at the fairgrounds. Appropriate $18,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Greenfield Housing Authority for Winslow preservation. Appropriate $32,000 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Greenfield Recreation Department for Hillside Park STEM installation. Appropriate $45,984 from Community Preservation Act funding to the Connecticut River Conservatory for Franklin First County Courthouse Rehabilitation Project Phase 1 and 2.
Thank you. Counselor Perry, I think you had a new business item that you wanted to.
I did, thank you very much. And Kathy, help me if I word this wrong. I'd like to make a special motion to leave a blank page in the minutes for tonight's meeting in memory of Alfie Ciano. He's a former counselor. He ran for mayor in 2009. He passed away this morning. And for people who are really in the Wayback Machine, he was very instrumental.
Oh, we need a second, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. He was very instrumental in the zoning changes along Federal Street way back when. That was one of his big projects. And he passed away this morning from Parkinson's disease at age 83. So I just want to recognize his service to the city over the years.
Would it be acceptable if, rather than leaving a blank page, we put his name on there and put some of his accolades, and thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I just want to thank you all. It's been a really busy budget season, and it's been hard. And even though not everybody agreed tonight, I saw the council coming together, and I would just really appreciate all my colleagues being really respectful of each other, and all the hard work you all did, both Ways and Means, folks who talked to the schools, folks who didn't talk to the schools, who went through everything, talked to one another. I just really appreciate all the collegiality that we've seen together, so, and it's not even 11 PM. And we thought we were going to go tomorrow, and then the next day, and then Memorial Day weekend during the nor'easter. So, thank you. I will take a motion to adjourn, and thank you to all the public
So
who
moved.
showed up.
Second.
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
See you next month.